Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we begin with today's business, I would like to recognize the Chancellor for several important announcements. Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good morning. Buenos dias. Before we turn to today's agenda, I have two important and very positive announcements. First, I have appointed Dr. Emily Cutrer to serve as interim president of Sonoma State University. Dr. Cutrer is President Emerita of Texas A&M University, Texarkana, and the former provost and vice president of academic affairs at Cal State San Marcos. I want to emphasize that in making this appointment, I have charged Dr. Cutrer with taking meaningful and specific steps during her tenure to address ongoing fiscal challenges facing the university. Sonoma State is encountering enormous financial pressures caused by declining enrollment and exacerbated by increased labor costs, the demand for specialized services, and general operating cost increases. Interim President Cutrer is an innovative leader with long demonstrated experience in developing programmatic synergies and administrative efficiencies. Thus, I have directed her to take steps to bring the university's academic programs and administrative infrastructure in line with its financial resources. To this end, I have asked her to immediately establish agreements to enable the administrative infrastructure of Sonoma State to be offered through CSU shared services to reduce operating costs. I have also directed her to evaluate Sonoma State's academic programs within the context of shared governance and university financial reality while maintaining the program's academic excellence. I will share additional information regarding Dr. Cutrer's appointment and impressive background shortly during the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. For now, I will say simply this. Dr. Cutrer is a visionary and inspirational leader with a proven ability to break down silos to advance organizational change. And I am confident she is the right leader for Sonoma State at this critical moment in the CSU's history. In addition, please join me in thanking Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Academic Officer Nathan Evans. I am deeply grateful for his stepping up to serve ably as Sonoma State's acting president since May of this year. Dr. Evans. I have also appointed a key leader at the system level. Dr. Al Litticoat will serve as interim vice chancellor for human resources beginning July 29th, 2024, and will continue in the position until we identify the CSU's next regularly appointed vice chancellor. Dr. Litticoat currently serves as vice president for university personnel and chief human resources officer at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. He's a skilled, mission-focused, and employee-centric professional who has constantly demonstrated a servant leader mindset. In addition, he has served with distinction in leadership positions on numerous system-wide initiatives. I look forward to what I know will be his valuable contributions to the CSU, and I will share more details about his appointment momentarily in the Committee of University Faculty and Personnel. As I close, I would also like to thank President Jackson for his leadership at Cal Poly Humboldt. We anticipate announcing the appointment of an interim president for the university in the coming days. With that, Chair Clark, I turn the proceedings over to you.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. The CSU will undoubtedly benefit from the service of these outstanding leaders. Additionally, I want to emphasize that I fully support your charge to interim President Cutrer. It is both necessary and an excellent example of applying CSU's systemness to develop an innovative solution to a very pressing challenge. And now, let's proceed with this morning's agenda. Trustee Fong, will you please convene the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel please come to order? The committee will first consider today's consent agenda. There is one item on the consent agenda, the approval of the minutes from the May 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Before we proceed with the committee's discussion agenda, I would like to note that item 3, executive compensation for the interim president of California State Polytechnic University, Humboldt, has been removed from the discussion agenda and will come before the committee for approval at a later time. Moving on, the committee will now have 5 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an action item providing executive compensation for the interim president of Sonoma State University. The amended item was provided in a handout and will be presented by Chancellor Garcia. Chancellor Garcia, will you please begin?
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Just minutes ago, it was my pleasure to announce that Dr. Emily F. Couture has accepted the position of interim president of Sonoma State University. The interim appointment marks a return to the CSU for Dr. Couture, who served as provost and vice president for academic affairs at California State University San Marcos from 2006 to 2013. She went on to become president of Texas A&M Texarkana, a role she held for more than 10 years before retiring in 2023. Under her leadership as president, the university saw enrollment growth of over 70% and consistent increases in persistence and graduation rates. Across a career in higher education that spanned 4 decades, Dr. Couture served as Dean of the New College of Interdisciplinary Arts and Sciences at Arizona State University, where she established the college's first community advisory board and alumni board, as well as the Summer Bridge program for community college transfer students. And she began her career at the University of Texas at Austin, where she served as a faculty member in the Department of American Studies from 1986 to 2006. Dr. Couture earned a bachelor's degree in American Studies and a master's and doctorate in American Civilization from the University of Texas at Austin. As I mentioned in some detail earlier, Dr. Couture is appointed with the charge of taking meaningful and specific steps during her tenure to address ongoing fiscal challenges facing the university. She possesses a singular and proven ability to break down silos to advance organizational change, a visionary leader who is able to inspire and align campus constituents. And above all, she is committed to student success and inclusive excellence. I have every confidence that she is the right leader at the right time to guide Sonoma State through the challenges it is currently facing, positioning the university and its current and future students have a bright future. Before proceeding, I want to again thank Dr. Nathan Evans, who has served so well as acting president of Sonoma State since May of this year. Now on to continuing business. I recommend that Dr. Emily Couture, as interim president of Sonoma State University, receive an annual salary of $381,408 effective August 1st, 2024. This is the same salary received by the former president. Sonoma State does not have an official university residence for the president. Therefore, a monthly housing allowance of $5,000 will be provided while Dr. Couture serves in this temporary appointment. Additionally, in accordance with existing policy, a monthly auto allowance of $1,000 and standard benefits or executive classified employees are provided. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of the compensation for the interim president of Sonoma State as published in the item before you. Trustee Fong, That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia, for your presentation. Item 2, the approval of executive compensation for the interim president of Sonoma State University, is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve this item?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions from the board? It appears there are no questions or comments. There has been a motion and a second to approve item 2 only. Committee members may vote. May I have a voice vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is approved. Item 4 is an action item providing executive compensation for the interim vice president for human resources for the California State University. The amended item was provided in a handout and will be again presented by Chancellor Garcia. Chancellor Garcia, please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. As I noted at the onset of this morning's meeting, I am pleased to announce the appointment of Dr. Albert A. Litticoat as Interim Vice Chancellor for Human Resources for the California State University. Many of you are familiar with Dr. Litticoat, who's here with us today. He currently serves as Vice President of University Personnel and Chief Human Resources Officer at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. At Cal Poly, he is responsible for managing the Division of University Personnel, which includes the Human Resources and Academic Personnel Departments and the Civil Rights and Compliance Office. Al began his administrative career as the Assistant Vice President for Academic Personnel in 2006, and prior to his current role, served as Cal Poly as Vice Provost for Academic Affairs and Personnel and the Interim Dean of the Orfalea College of Business. And significantly, Dr. Litticoat has stepped up to lead several critical system-wide initiatives, including chairing the CSU Steering Committee for a Common Human Resource System and working to help ensure equitable compensation for our employees. Dr. Litticoat is a tenured professor in computer and electrical engineering. He earned a bachelor's degree in electronic engineering at Cal Poly and went on to receive a master's in electrical engineering and in industrial engineering and a doctorate in electrical engineering at Stanford University. Dr. Litticoat is fully committed to overseeing the important work of our Human Resources Division. I have no doubt that he will serve the CSU with integrity and distinction in this interim role, traits that he has demonstrated consistently throughout his career. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not take the opportunity to offer my sincere gratitude and appreciation to Vice Chancellor Leora Friedman for her skillful and principled leadership of the Human Resources Division. And I look forward to celebrating her service more appropriately during today's plenary session. Now, on to committee business. I recommend that Dr. Albert A. Litticoat, as Interim Vice Chancellor for Human Resources for the California State University, receive an annual salary of $327,925 effective July 29, 2024. This is the same salary received by the current Vice Chancellor. Dr. Litticoat will receive a monthly allowance of $3,500 while serving as Interim Vice Chancellor, and in accordance with existing policy, a monthly auto allowance of $1,000 and standard benefits for executive classified employees are provided. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of the compensation for the Interim Vice Chancellor for Human Resources as published in the item before you. Trustee Fong, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Garcia, for your presentation. Item 4, the approval of executive compensation for the Interim Vice Chancellor for Human Resources for the California State University, is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve this item? We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Thank you. Is there any discussion or questions from the board? Seeing none, there are no questions or comments. There has been a motion and a second to approve item 4. Only committee members may vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions. The item is approved. Item 5 is an action item providing executive compensation equity adjustment. This item will be presented by Chancellor Garcia. Chancellor Garcia, will you please begin?
Thank you, Trustee Fang. Today, I am recommending approval of an equity increase for the President of Fresno State, Dr. Saul Jimenez Sandoval. As the board is aware, and as noted in the agenda before you, when President Jimenez Sandoval assumed the presidency, first as interim president in January 2021, and then as a regularly appointed president in May 2021, he received no increase in salary over that which the incumbent had been receiving since July 2019. The salary, $348,423, lagged significantly behind the market median by nearly 27%. Board policy allows for up to 10% increase when a presidential vacancy occurs and a new president is appointed. Any increase must be based on criteria specified in the policy, including market conditions. And in 2021 and 2022, this board made 5 regular appointments. Every new president appointed during this time, except for President Jimenez Sandoval, received an increase to more closely align with market conditions. Since his appointment in 2021, President Jimenez Sandoval has received 2 increases. The first was in July 2022, when every CSU employee received a 7% increase. At the May 2024 meeting of this board, following completion of his first triennial performance review, President Jimenez Sandoval received a market salary increase of 10% in accordance with board policy. And yet, President Jimenez Sandoval's current salary of $410,090 continues to reflect the largest lag to market of all CSU presidential salaries. Trustee policy allows individual salary increases at any time for an executive when a significant equity or retention issue is identified. The board, therefore, has the authority to approve the requested adjustment. Since his appointment in 2021, President Jimenez Sandoval has worked tirelessly to lead Fresno State through extraordinarily challenging times. His performance and results have been outstanding by any measure. His commitment and energy have no bounds. I have given great consideration to this request and do not make it lightly, especially during these times of fiscal uncertainty. No president has ever received an equity increase of more than 10%. However, I strongly believe that this long-standing inequity should be corrected, and I therefore recommend that President Jimenez Sandoval receive a salary increase to bring his salary to the peer group median. A 16% increase will bring President Jimenez Sandoval's salary $410,090 to the market median of $476,015. To members of the committee and the full board, I request your approval of the proposed equity adjustment for President Saul Jimenez Sandoval as published in the item before you, specifically an annual salary of $476,015 effective July 1st, 2024. Trustee Fang, that concludes my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia, for your presentation. Item 5, the approval of executive compensation equity adjustment, is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve this item?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions from the board? It appears there are no questions. Oh, thank you. Chair Clark.
I don't have a question, but any board member can comment.
Yes, and also comments are welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to, given the opportunity, I'm going to vote in favor of this. This is a situation where I believe this institution is well served by having appropriate pay levels for its executive officers. I was on the board when the initial decision was made to hire the president, and this is a situation where I think the board made an error, and I'd like to correct that error today.
Thank you very much, Chair Clark. Any other comments or questions? There are no other questions or comments. There has been a motion and a second to approve item 5. Only committee members may vote. May I have a vote? For all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Any abstentions? The item is approved. Item 6 is an action item providing executive compensation, triennial performance review salary adjustments. This item will be presented by Chancellor Garcia. Chancellor Garcia, please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Fang. Today I am recommending compensation adjustments for 3 of our university presidents. As the committee and full board will recall, in 2019, the board adopted a policy designed to gradually adjust presidential salaries over time in order to address market inequities reflected in those salaries. The governing policy, recently updated by the board in May 2024, provides that at each July meeting of the Board of Trustees, the board shall be presented with a salary assessment of all presidents who have received a triennial review during the previous fiscal year. If an increase is warranted based on the review and on the CSU's operating market data from 2019, I should add, salary increases will be recommended using a board-approved formula based on established market medians with the goal to incrementally bring each president into alignment with the peer group median. With today's recommended action, we continue to honor our commitment to address this identified inequity. As presented in the material before you, year 1 of the 3-year salary assessment period set forth in the board-approved formula allows for the provision of an increase of up to the peer group median, but not greater than 10%. With a proposed increase 3.9% for President Jane Close Connolly and a 5.9% for President Soraya Coley, these presidents' pay will reach the peer group median in year 1 of their salary assessment period. For President Lynn Mahoney, it is now year 3 of her salary assessment period. President Mahoney's salary continues to lag the peer group median. A 7.5% increase would bring President Mahoney's salary to the peer group median of $498,269. However, the board's compensation policy limits the amount of increase that can be given in year 3 to 2%. With a 2% increase, President Mahoney's salary will continue to lag behind the peer group median. This lag will continue to be addressed on an incremental basis in accordance with the board's compensation policy. To the members of the committee and full board, I ask for your approval to implement the compensation adjustments and final salaries as published in item 6 before you. Those salaries are $498,269 for President Connolly, $476,015 for President Coley, and $472,857 for President Mahoney. Trustee Fang, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Garcia, for your presentation. Item 6, the approval of executive compensation, triennial performance review, salary adjustments, is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? Trustee Fagan.
I just want to, I'd like to emphasize that these are performance related in addition to the median. And by focusing in on the median issues, we not only lose the performance related idea, but I think it also doesn't quite give the compliment to the presidents who are deserving of this because of their performance. So I want to make it, and all of us, I'm sure, agree with this, but I just want to state that the performance aspect of these increases is very important because it not only is part of the triennial review, but it is also reflective of the performance of these presidents who deserve these raises because of their excellence.
Thank you so much for that, Trustee Fagan. So well noted, because the executive triennial performance reviews that these three presidents received were all stellar. They were all excellent. So thank you. There appears to be no further. Oh, thank you. Trustee.
Thank you. And so this topic is very important to those that we serve, and I'd like to learn more about it. And I'd like to request that at a future meeting we discuss CSU cost containment strategies that can balance and address the questions that students, staff, and faculty have in regards to executive compensation increases.
Thank you very much, Trustee. And if Executive Vice Chancellor Relier and our Office of Board of Trustees, we will make certain that that happens. Thank you. Chair Clark.
Thank you. Actually, in light of what you just said, Madam Chair, I don't have anything to say.
All right. Thank you so much. It appears there are no further questions or comments. There has been a motion and a second to approve item 6. Only committee members may vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is approved. Item 7 is an information item providing an update on civil rights programming and services. This item will be presented by Vice Chancellor for Human Resources, Leora Friedman, and AVC, Haley Schwarzkopf. Vice Chancellor Friedman.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. We appreciate the opportunity to provide this committee with a report on the status and progress of the work being undertaken at the Chancellor's Office and on our campuses to strengthen our civil rights programs and services across the CSU. Associate Vice Chancellor for Civil Rights Programming and Services, Haley Schwarzkopf, will provide the report to the board today.
Thank you, Leora, and good morning to the members of the Board of Trustees. I want to begin with a recognition that July marks 1 year since the CSU received 2 comprehensive reports from Cozen O'Connor and the California State Auditor on our civil rights programs and services. Both of these reports outlined detailed sets of recommendations and timelines for strengthening our civil rights programs prohibiting discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. In resolving to strengthen our culture across the 23 university system, we fully embraced those recommendations and took action on multiple fronts to address them. Our goal is nothing less than building a national, best-in-class model to serve our students and employees. As the nation's largest and most diverse four-year university, we want to set the standard. Although there's still much work to be done, a tremendous amount of work has been accomplished in the past year, and we have met or exceeded our deadlines in every area. In the past year, we created a system-wide Office of Civil Rights Programming and Services to provide centralized planning, oversight, support, and resources to the CSU's university-level Title IX and DHR offices to focus on a trauma-informed and fair process. This includes the establishment of 5 system-wide directors and 5 civil rights attorneys in the Office of the General Counsel to work with our university partners on a day-to-day basis. Each university and the Chancellor's Office created a civil rights implementation plan to address and effectuate each of the recommendations in the Cozen assessment. The Chancellor's Office Civil Rights Team and the Chancellor reviewed each plan and returned them to the respective universities for further action. We successfully completed all 12 of the recommendations from the California State Auditor that were required by July 2024, including the issuance of substantial and critical guidance to support civil rights practitioners across the system. We are also fully on track to meet all of our subsequent deadlines. We've adopted new policies regarding retreat rights and employment references, and we've worked collaboratively with our advocacy and state relations team to review and respond to multiple iterations of 15 pieces of civil rights legislation. I will be going into some of these latest developments in more detail, and I want to highlight the milestones that we have already reached and the goals that we have met as a very large organization in a relatively short amount of time. This represents an enormous amount of work, collaboration, and support on the part of the Chancellor's Office team, the Oversight Committee, and our university partners. I want to thank them for their time, talents, and contributions towards these efforts, as well as you, our trustees, and the Chancellor, for your support of these processes throughout the last year. I would like to begin by sharing more detail on the completion of all 12 recommendations for the California State Auditor that were due in July 2024. Each of the 12 recommendations are represented on the checklist in front of you. Although abbreviated, these recommendations are detailed and often include multiple subcategories of requirements that also had to be completed. Importantly, almost all of the recommendations from the state auditor were also included in the Cozen assessment. This means that as we were completing our work for the audit, we were also continuing to make progress on the recommendations from the Cozen assessment. Our report was sent to the California State Auditor on July 18th, and we anticipate hearing more in the coming months following their review of our work. This is an important milestone to have reached and demonstrates the CSU's commitment to our civil rights work. Our system-wide directors and civil rights attorneys at the Chancellor's Office work closely with our university civil rights practitioners to ensure that this guidance is understood and that the expectations and practices expressed in the guidance are applied consistently on all of our university campuses. At the same time, we are continuing to refine existing guidance and create additional resources and support for our university campuses. This represents only the beginning. We are also working to meet the next round of CSA recommended deadlines and the Cozen recommendations. Looking ahead specifically at the California State Auditor recommendations, there are 3 deadlines that we must meet by January 2025. The first is our guidance on other conduct of concern. This guidance was presented to the board in May and is continuing to undergo stakeholder feedback. We are incorporating the principles expressed in the guidance in trainings and orientations for our deans and other administrators, and are currently on track to issue this guidance by January. The second is a requirement to update our non-discrimination policy to include a specific time frame to provide status updates to the parties. This recommendation has already been implemented in a draft non-discrimination policy, which I'm going to discuss in more detail a little later. The draft non-discrimination policy includes a requirement to provide the parties with status updates every 30 days. Importantly, this requirement aligns with pending legislation under Assembly Bill 2987 to provide status updates to the parties every 30 days. The third and final requirement is to update our system-wide prevention policy and develop written guidance on comprehensive best practices for preventing, detecting, and addressing sexual harassment. This item is in the initial drafting stages, but we do not anticipate any challenges on meeting the January 2025 deadline. The final deadline for the California State Auditor is in July 2026, and it requires the CSU to implement a unified case management system for Title IX and DHR cases. The RFP for the case management system will be issued next week and will be open for vendors to bid on the contract. The RFP process, from the date that it posts until the date that a contract is signed, is expected to take approximately 6 months. Although there are numerous steps In the process over the next 6 months, the RFP timeline that you see in front of you represents the major milestones that we will use to ensure that this project stays on track. Once a vendor is selected, we will begin the implementation phase of the project. While it may appear that this project is only now beginning, there's been a substantial amount of work that has been completed by the RFP committee co-chairs, committee members, the project manager, and our procurement team to get us to this point. This included creating a vision document that outlines what an ideal case management system would look like for the CSU, engaging with various stakeholder groups to learn more about their current systems, which features are most helpful, those that create pain points, and where we have further needs. We also worked with our IT team to ensure that all of the technical requirements for the system are supported and integrated with CSU systems. The committee is keeping an eye towards how the system may be able to support other departments and needs throughout the CSU in the future. I will continue to update the board on the progress of the implementation as it gets underway. In addition to the work on the audit, the CSU has continued to make progress on the implementation of the codes and recommendations. All university implementation plans were submitted to the Chancellor's office in the spring for a review and determination on next steps. Currently, all of the implementation plans have been reviewed and returned to their respective campuses. For those universities whose implementation plans have been approved, the Chancellor's office populated their plans into a consistent template for publicly posting. These will be provided to our university partners later this week. The implementation plans will be publicly posted upon finalization by the campus and approval by the university president. For university campuses that received conditional approval of their implementation plans, additional information will be provided to the Chancellor's office in August. Thereafter, we expect implementation plans will be publicly posted in early fall. The Chancellor's office has also requested periodic status updates until all of our recommendations are completed. Status updates from our campuses will occur on December 1st and June 1st. The system-wide directors will continue to support our university campuses as they implement their plans. Looking forward, the Chancellor's office is focused on making an institutional and cultural shift away from thinking about our civil rights work from a compliance perspective. If we are focused solely on compliance, we lose sight of the students and employees that we serve. Our civil rights programs must be about serving people and treating them with respect, humanity, and support. But to best serve our people, we need to establish consistent expectations and reliable systems, which is why much of our initial work has seemed to be very process heavy. Across all of the changes that we are making to resources, staffing, and training, at the core of the work that we are doing is to create the strongest culture of care and respect for the CSU system. As I shared at the meeting in May, the Office for Civil Rights of the Department of Education released its long-awaited Title IX regulations on April 19th. The new regulations take effect on August 1st and require the CSU to update its non-discrimination policy to align with the new regulations. This was a welcomed opportunity to better streamline our policy and make it more user-friendly for students, employees, and civil rights practitioners. Through the tremendous work of our non-discrimination policy work group, it was sent out for stakeholder feedback during the first 2 weeks of July. Our stakeholders include a variety of groups across the CSU system, our civil rights practitioners, student conduct administrators, vice presidents for human resources, faculty affairs, student affairs, the academic senate leadership, our labor partners, confidential advocates, chief diversity officers, police chiefs, clery directors, and our Office of General Counsel. We have received and reviewed all of our stakeholder feedback and anticipated that our non-discrimination policy would be in effect and accessible on August the 1st. However, last week on July 15th, the CSU received notice that 10 of our university campuses were included on an injunction to prevent the implementation of the new regulations by the Department of Education. Our colleagues in OGC have reviewed to assess the potential impacts of this injunction on the CSU system. While the new regulations substantially align with California law, We are continuing to assess our current options with OGC, relevant stakeholders, and experts in California before deciding how to proceed. It is important that the CSU has one consistent policy for our civil rights practitioners to use. Our policy also impacts a number of other areas, including our student training and orientation, employee training, and annual notice requirements. We are also required to train our civil rights practitioners on the non-discrimination policy prior to it being implemented. So we need to be thoughtful and intentional about how any of our decisions will impact our university partners. Next slide, please. On June 10th, Sue McCarthy, who had previously served as our system-wide senior director for prevention, our senior Title IX coordinator for the Chancellor's office, moved into her new role as the senior system-wide director for prevention, education, training, and professional development. This position and area of focus was recommended in the Cozen assessment for the Chancellor's office. In this role, Sue will develop and lead prevention education and training efforts across the system. As part of these critical efforts, we are currently hosting our annual Civil Rights Conference for Title IX and DHR practitioners, supervisors, and staff. The conference runs from July 23rd to 25th and is currently underway as we speak. The theme of the conference is From Change to Growth, Leading, Learning, and Growing Together. The sessions at this year's conference include covering an update on the injunction and potential impacts for the CSU, intake and initial assessments, investigations, informal resolutions, academic freedom, free speech, hostile environment, and other conduct of concern. Our intention was to do a deep dive into much of the guidance, tools, and resources that we have created and issued over the past year. As we continue to work in this area, we are developing both a strategic prevention plan and a strategic training plan. We are specifically working on a training series for civil rights practitioners for the 2024-2025 year, focused on taking a case from intake through resolution, including investigations and hearings, with a renewed focus on creating a culture of respect and trauma-informed best practices. We are also excited that as we have transitioned to a regional leadership model for our system-wide directors, each director is also supporting regionally based meetings, training, and collaboration. There are many exciting items on the horizon, and we look forward to sharing more as we move forward. With all of this work going on in the system and at our university levels, we also recognize the importance of communicating with our stakeholders and community members. As we continue this transition, it is vital that we are clear and consistent in sharing our plans, our progress, and ultimately, how we are enhancing awareness, training, response, and monitoring in our civil rights programs to effectuate a change in culture. Under the leadership and guidance of our strategic communications team, we are working to outline the most effective ways to share educational information and updates with key audiences. We have created a communications group to lead these efforts, including through the support of an outside consultant. Our communications group met in June with the Chancellor's Civil Rights Oversight Committee to discuss our communication goals, which center on rebuilding trust with our internal stakeholders. As shared earlier, our primary focus over the next year will be how we can simplify and humanize our processes. The team has also created a communications plan that will give us direction in how, when, and where we share important civil rights information and updates. We have already included the first, in which is expected to be a series of civil rights stories on our news page. That story explains the role of our Title IX and civil rights staff members and describes how we are progressing in meeting our goals. Chair Fong, that concludes my report, and I will be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's much appreciated. And congratulations, and thanks for meeting those deadlines that were presented to us by particularly the state auditor. But thank you very much. One thing that going forward, it will be important for us, particularly for the committee members, but for the full board, to receive these materials beforehand, because we're frantically, quickly taking notes. So when will we be getting a copy of what was presented?
I apologize if that was not presented to you in advance, Chair Fong. We will make sure that you have those. It is our practice to submit those in advance for posting.
Right. It'll help us prepare for a more effective committee meeting. So item 7 is an information item. And to begin with, I would like to ask, what is the progress on the regional centers?
Do you mean the Regional Investigation Center and for regional hearing?
Right.
So currently that has not been established. The first sort of stage of transitioning to a regional leadership model was to establish for our system-wide directors. We currently have one of our system-wide directors who is on an interim basis. She's serving as a system-wide director supporting our university campuses. When we hire that 5th and final system-wide director, she will move into the system-wide director over investigations and resolutions. And part of that role is to develop a plan for how we are going to staff regional centers for investigations and hearings. We have already started considering, I have discussed a little bit with our fiscal team about what that might mean for future planning in terms of budgeting. However, it's very much in the initial stages because Laura Anson, who will serve in that capacity, has not moved into that role yet.
Right. Well, it's something that I know we will need funding for this. And so I just want to bring it to the level of acknowledgement, particularly just not from this board, from the CSU, but also from our legislators, that this is something that is so needed and warranted for us to be effective, particularly with Title IX and our civil rights. So I'm going to open it up to questions and comments from the board. Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I wanted to ask about something that connected with something we heard in public comments yesterday also. I noticed on our checklist of meeting the auditor's request, item 8 was determining solutions for campuses to have adequate resources. And then we heard comments to the contrary and public comments. So could you expand on that, what those solutions, could you talk through some of those solutions for campuses to have adequate resources? Thank you.
Sure. So much to what Chair Fong had just shared, part of a strategy is ensuring that we have the funding to be able to hire resources. It is no secret, this is not something that impacts only the CSU, but across higher education, across the country, it is very, very difficult to hire or find folks who are specifically trained in Title IX and DHR cases. For most of these, you wind up hiring law firms and attorneys to do those investigations because even though our processes are not supposed to be legalistic, they very much feel that way because of all of the legal requirements that you have for state law and federal law. And it's very expensive to hire law firms to conduct these investigations. Right now, as we are continuing to build our infrastructure, that is the outside support that many of our campuses have. We recognize that that is incredibly expensive and it is not a long-term solution. One of our plans for moving forward is creating a Center for Investigations and Resolutions where investigators can be deployed to our university campuses instead of necessarily working individually at each of our campuses. For example, some of our smaller campuses may not have a workload to keep an investigator busy year-round, where some of our larger campuses, they may need multiple, including from outside help. And so how can we leverage the resources that we have for our entire system and really having that centralized location where investigators are deployed as cases come in will help us both with providing our university campuses with resources and also for ensuring consistency in how our investigations are conducted across the CSU system.
Thank you. And so just to follow up, because again, I really appreciate, I appreciate the Chancellor's focus on, beyond not being compliance bogged down, but having an opportunity to be visionary and really create a system that is a model and that really infuses a feeling of safety and care and trust on campuses. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, I think, and that's where I think I'm maybe asking the same question you were asking. I hear that the ideal is to have our regional centers, but for now, when we check off that box, is there anything new, or like what, when we say we have determined solutions for campuses to have adequate resources, what are those? So do we have, like, in other words, long-term solutions, which is fine if we have solutions, but we have to find the money to support those solutions. Or are you saying those short-term solutions are the same thing we were doing, or do we have a new and enhanced list of law firms what is the new thing that enables us to check that box?
Absolutely. So great question. So you were thinking about it correctly, in that there's a short-term solution right now, which is through the use of outside consultants, outside investigators. To your point, we do have an internalized list that has been created and maintained by our partners in OGC over time, because it's not just the selection and retention of an investigator. We also need to be certain that they're providing high-quality work product. And sometimes we don't receive the type of work product that we would expect. And so we want to ensure that anybody that we are hiring for the CSU is meeting that standard. In addition, we created a framework for our civil rights practitioners to ensure that they are exercising appropriate oversight of those external investigators. Sometimes what we had seen is that an external investigator would be hired and they're supposed to be a professional, right? But then maybe things don't go the way that it's supposed to. And so how can we ensure that they have regularly scheduled check-ins, that they're exercising oversight, that they're asking the questions that they need to ensure compliance with our policy, and that we're getting the work product that we need. We also internally have a system for our system-wide directors and our civil rights attorneys to partner to review those investigation reports, both the preliminary investigation report and the final investigation report. We also required a specific sign-off of the investigation report, so there are multiple layers of review. And right now, that's kind of a shorter-term solution while we're building the longer-term solution. You're welcome.
If I could just add, Chair Fong, to that response, the short-term solution, we need more funding. We need to find ways to increase our infrastructure. But our short-term solution has been what we've done at the Chancellor's office. So we're hiring 5 system-wide directors to oversee caseloads to help our campuses with their caseload, and 5 attorneys in OGC. And so we can leverage those resources, and that is the short-term solution, is to provide that support centrally as the campuses build up their infrastructure and as we identify that pool of investigators that hopefully we'll be able to employ and deploy to the campuses.
Thank you. Trustee Yami Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the update. I'm really happy to see about the conference. I think the conference is such a great way to bring people together. I imagine it's in person, I hope, and that folks are able to get that training in person. I know I've shared before about video training and how we can't ensure that folks are actually receiving that information. So the other question I have too is there other ways that we're able to do those trainings other than just videos? I'm happy about the toolkit. And what is the process in training those practitioners to use that toolkit? and there's going to be workshops to be able to do that type of thing. The other question I have too is, we've discussed in the past, and thank you for sharing about the short-term solutions. I know this is not a short-term solution, but we have talked about growing our own and really trying to find the talent within our own system. And that's been, I think that actually was an idea from President Perez, that we had discussed that just as an idea. But is that something that we can start to look into and possibly do?
Yes. So I'll answer each of your three questions. The first about the conference, it is on Zoom this year. It was in person last year, but on Zoom this year. However, we have requested for each of our presenters to ensure that it is very engaging. Yesterday, we had 133 people who attended the conference, so it's a large number across the system. And it was very engaging. Lots of questions, lots of discussions. And so even though it is on Zoom, so that more people can attend, it is very engaging. Second, with respect to the toolkit and how we can ensure that our guidance is being consistently applied. So with our regional model, with our 5 system-wide directors, right now that model just went into place in June. So we've had it for about a month. What each of our system-wide directors have been doing is for the campuses to which they are assigned, both them and their civil rights attorneys, are meeting with the campuses to say, what is it that you need? How can we best help support you? So for example, our Region 5, which includes Long Beach, San Marcos, San Diego, and the Chancellor's office, they're having office hours every other week where they're all coming together, they're sharing ideas. For our Region 4, they were meeting, they were talking about how they could leverage training. So in October, it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. How can we bring a speaker to our campus and also share it with you, right? How can we partner and collaborate? So there's a lot of collaboration that is happening across our system in a way that I don't know has been happening previously. In those same meetings, our system-wide directors are going through some of the guidance, right? We can't go through it all at the same time. And one of the things that Sue, our system-wide director for prevention, education, training, and development, she is working on a series so that each month we can do a deep dive into these tools and the toolkits that we are creating to ensure, again, consistency across the system. So we have to start laying that really strong foundation, and that is one of the ways that we're doing it. And then finally, as to your question about growing our own, yes, that is something that we would love to do. One thing that I often say is I can train somebody on DHR, entitlement. I can train somebody on our policy. I can't train somebody to be passionate about this work. I cannot train somebody to have excellent analytical skills. And so we have to identify where we have folks who are passionate about this work and who do have those analytical skills so that we can grow our own.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to hear that even though it's on Zoom, it's really engaging. So thank you for that. I think, I imagine you're doing breakout groups and all those things. Keeping that interaction alive is so important for them to be able to absorb the information. The other piece to this, and this probably isn't a question for you all, but for our governmental relations team, about how are we informing our legislature on all these different steps and all of the movement on this and making sure that they're up to date, that we are making sure that we're in compliance and not just in compliance, but going above and beyond.
And so I can actually answer that. We've been really working hard with our advocacy and state relations team. We provide regular updates to our legislature. We have been working sort of hand in hand, right, as new bills come in or that there are new iterations to really kind of describe what the impact is. There have been opportunities for not just the civil rights team, but also OGC and other practitioners to actually meet with some of our legislatures as we are going through the iterative process where they can ask us questions. And so I do really think that they've done an excellent job of bringing us in and trying to get as much information to be as effective for the CSU as possible.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Adamson.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your report. I just want to make sure I understood something you said. You said we were enjoined from being able to implement our non-discrimination policy. What's the genesis of the injunction?
So it's very interesting. What I will say is this may be better for a briefing, a separate document, because it's very confusing. Essentially, the injunction didn't even involve California. It involved 4 other states and some plaintiff organizations. The judge for this case that was in Kansas allowed the plaintiff organizations to identify their members and the institutions where their members attended. 10 of our university campuses were identified on the list of institutions where these plaintiff organization members or children of the members attend. And so because of that, it's sort of created this divide between our campuses that would be enjoined and those that are not, but we have one system-wide policy. So what I will share is it will probably be better for a briefing from one of our OGC colleagues.
Trustee Adamson, I would just add for clarification, obviously we don't want to go into a legal analysis publicly. This wasn't really baked enough for a discussion at closed session during this meeting, but the injunction does not enjoin the CSU. It enjoins the Department of Education from enforcing things against institutions. So we think we have some latitude to move here. We're debating it vigorously, and we're going to get this resolved in the next few days.
Okay, that helps me understand. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Fagan.
So I have 3 questions. By the way, I too would like to join everybody in complimenting you on the extensive work you've done. It's sort of amazing. It's the first question is you mentioned the case management vendor. If you could just tell us what that would do. Second question, there's a couple of new laws that have been enacted regarding this stuff directed at CSU. Could you explain how those will interact with your efforts, or how those are affecting us, and kind of what the intent behind them was, or the concerns that those legislators thought they had to create these laws? And third, maybe most important, so you mentioned how it appears that the process has been ongoing, and that it's been a year since those reports were done. There's tons of check marks and complexities, and we understand this is an overwhelming task. But to get back onto the ground, in the past year, is there any way to tell, or do you have a sense, if some student or employee or person on a campus or campuses throughout our system, do they feel safer? Can you point to accomplishments that would make people's lives better regarding Title IX since this all started? Even though it's not a done deal, and you're trying to use the cliche of building the airplane while you're flying it, what's the real effect of all this? Are people able to be feeling safer and already being able to have issues resolved? I assume you don't have a lot of data on that, and if not, when what's kind of the time frame when you foresee us being able to say, things really are better, and we're fully operational in what we'd like to have?
Sure. So for our case management system, this is where there are a number of different vendors who have case management systems who will be able to bid on a contract. And our goal is to find a system that not only works for civil rights, but can also be used across the system for other things. So for example, student housing, or other conduct of concern, or care reports, or improper government activity, right? It's really a reporting system where it can be sort of shared. The report can be shared with the appropriate party on the campus. that's longer term. Initially, our focus is on civil rights. So we will know more about that over the next 6 months. With respect to the new laws, again, we've been working very closely with ASR to share with the legislature what the impact of proposed legislation would be on the CSU system, where we see legislation coming down to the extent that we can already take proactive steps to address it now before it's in effect. We're already taking those steps. So for example, the AB 2987 that I had shared earlier about updating the parties every 30 days, because we were already updating our non-discrimination policy and we know that that's pending legislation, we're making those updates now. And then you had asked about the intent behind them. I think that the intent, although the CSU is, there's a spotlight on us right now, there's also a spotlight on the UC and the California Community College. Many of these laws that are coming down will not just impact the CSU system, they will also impact the UCs and the California community colleges as well. With respect to how we can sort of measure the impact that we're having on our university campuses, that is something that we are being thoughtful and intentional about. There's a sense of lack of trust or broken trust. And like with any relationship, right, where there's a lack of trust or broken trust, you have to start mending that. And part of mending that relationship is doing what we say that we're going to do, which is why part of what we've been doing is these are our recommendations. We're implementing those recommendations because we're laying a solid foundation to build from. And we also have to communicate how we are changing that process. We have to step out of the compliance piece and into how is this impacting people, and really that has to be our focus. And I think as we continue that work, we will start to see that measurable and marked change on our university campuses.
I guess what I was really asking is, are you able to tell, or do you have a sense that people feel safer, or that these issues are being resolved already on the ground in a meaningful way, or is it still too early?
I'd like to. So I think that question about whether people feel safer, it's a complicated question because it depends on how you define what you mean by safety. Things are going to happen to people always that are, they're going to have incidents, they're going to have complaints, and we can try to limit the number of those experiences through our prevention education work, which we're building. But it's not there yet. And even when you have the perfect prevention education program, people still are going to have those experiences. So the next question is, do people feel like they've been treated promptly and fairly in the complaint process? We still have work to do there too. Probably our biggest concern is about the timeliness of getting cases investigated and getting them resolved. And because of the shortage of investigators and the inability to really move those cases forward as quickly as we think they should be moved forward, I would say that people on the campuses would probably say it's still taking too long. But there's a third piece of how are we doing, and that is that I know that we are providing a lot more case advice, and we are working with our campuses on a case-by-case basis, and that makes a difference. Now, whether the complainants and respondents would respond to a climate survey and say, I've had a really great experience in the Title IX office, I don't know if that's ever going to happen, frankly. But what I do think is we will be able to measure our success and the impact it has on our students and our employees by looking at how long it takes to resolve a case. And we can say that we know that we are working directly in the Chancellor's office, advising our campuses about how to better manage the cases and how to provide the kind of service and care that we think is best practice. And so for now, it's going to be more anecdotal. Once we get our case management system in place, we'll be able to say exactly how long each case took from complaint to intake to investigation. We're not quite there yet, but we're working on it.
Thank you. And also, I'd like to thank Chair Clark for allowing our committee meeting to be expanded in time. So I appreciate that. Our next question.
No, just a comment. This is obviously an issue that's very important to the board. And we'll just have a later lunch. I mean, I don't mean that in any way other than factually. This is a very important issue to the board, and I appreciate the interest from the board members.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Our next question is from Vice Chair Arembula.
I think I might be going down Doug's point here, so forgive me if I'm repeating a point. I really appreciate all of the work that's gone in. It's clearly a tremendous amount, and we have made a lot of progress. It's clearly incredibly important, and it's clearly very hard. The injunction and the complexity is just but one example. The new regulations. I also appreciate that we gotta do the plumbing before you can actually have the house. And yet all of this is to be great one day. Like actually to be great at doing Title IX. And I think, Doug, the question you're asking is, by when? Like, when do we think we're really going to be great? And Leora, I completely agree that I don't know that the measure of this is exactly asking, does everyone feel safe? But we should at some point be able to stand on our 2 feet and say, like, yeah, like we tackled this and we feel confident that we are doing a really great job, even if there are going to be moments where it's like we weren't our best in that moment. And so I guess I'm just, maybe it's 2 questions. So the first question is a little bit vague. Do we have a sense by when, with the plumbing that we've laid, it's like, okay, we are 12 months out from feeling set up and just like we are going to be firing on all cylinders from the Chancellor's office on our campuses? Is that 3 months out? Is that 12 months out? Or is that just an impossible number to know, is the first question.
And so that is another really good question with a complex answer. And so you're right, we have laid the foundation for this last year. We have to sort of shift the way in which we're approaching over this next year. And we also have to give our university campuses additional resources in order to build their teams. And so I know some of our university partners have been able to allocate resources to, build up their staffing, but we're still not there yet. And it takes people to do this work and to do it really well in the way that it is intended. And so I think that as we continue to build not just the civil rights team at the Chancellor's office, but also our civil rights teams on our university campuses, that will help us with some of that measurable impact. With respect to some of the data that I know that the board would like to see, I can tell you right now, it's very hard to have consistent data because we don't have that unified case management system yet. We do have an annual report that all of our university campuses do have to submit by October the 1st. And we will be able to see, we've done a lot of training to try to ensure that it's as consistent as possible, but the information is coming from people. And so because of that, inevitably there are going to be some human error. But that will help us get a baseline that we can use in future years to sort of see how those timelines have moved. But right now, we don't have that.
The statement that's about to come out of my mouth, I know is ridiculous. If money were not an issue, when would we be great by?
If money were no object and there were enough civil rights practitioners for us to be able to hire, I would say realistically within 18 months to 2 years.
So then the urgency that we as a board, so I'm saying this to you and I'm saying this to our presidents, like one of you needs to go start a PACE program in which we are actually just growing our own. Like you have heard the charge that we don't have the people, and we knew that 12 months ago. Yeah. We have heard the power that PACE has, right? I'm like looking right at you, Jane. I'm looking at you, Erica. We know this. I'm not saying it's got to be the two of you. these are needed jobs. These are great jobs. And there are thousands of people across the state right now who, if they knew I could help make a difference in addressing Title IX, and there were a 3-month training program set up at Long Beach, would flock to it. And so we need to make these programs. And then I don't want to say at the next presentation, money is an object, and we do need to work on this. I totally get that. And unless we know it's going to cost $50 million, it's going to cost this many million, we can't then go advocate, and we can't make the other choices. And so I just want to make sure, if it's 18 months out, even if we had the right people and even if money weren't an object, that's still a long time for us to be truly great. And so I stand at the ready. I'm sure my colleagues, I hope and believe my colleagues do too, to say we're going to do everything in our power to clear any hurdle so that we don't continue to not be as great as we can be for these moments that are so important for us to be great at.
I just wanted to, I completely agree with you. We share your desire and urgency about staffing. It's, as far as the people who handle cases, who handle intakes, who provide supportive measures, I completely agree. We can provide training, we can get people up to speed. There's a large social work component to that job. You do have to understand the laws and the policies, but yes, I agree. We are hiring lawyers and law firms to do investigations, and the quality is not what it needs to be. So it's not going to be easy to fill that gap of getting really good, strong investigators. It is such a highly regulated area that your average, lawyer investigator needs extensive training, even after they got their law degree and passed the bar, to do these investigations. So it is even more complex than you can imagine. But yes, programs where we can get our Title IX professionals up to speed will be tremendously helpful. But I agree with Haley, even if we had all the money in the world, it's not going to happen overnight because it takes a long time to get people to learn and to get the right people in place.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rambulan, and for your suggestions of growing our own. Actually, what I'd like to do is have the Chancellor respond to that.
Vice Chair Rambola, that was a great idea, and I think what we have to do is start thinking out of the box right now. Yes, we know there aren't enough individuals with this capability, but how do we ask our presidents to work alongside the experts to begin to think about a program at PACE that will be able to train? It'll take time. I know it's complex, but if we don't start doing something, we will be left at where we are. And then the other thing I would say is, on our campus, we have the most diverse student body in the country. Part of trust is having Title IX coordinators and lawyers who are diverse. That creates trust among people of different backgrounds, regardless of background. So why can't we begin? So I thank you for that. I will be working with academic affairs, and it's a collaboration. It is with our Vice Chancellor for HR. It is with academic affairs and student affairs. It is bringing in Steve, and it is bringing governmental relations to ensure that we work together to find a solution. So thank you.
And I just want to name, Yami actually is the one who is talking about grow your own. So I don't want to be over here taking Yami's brilliant idea. And,
thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Thank you. And what I just want to make certain is that when these ideas are brought forward, that they do not fall through the cracks. And so thank you, Chancellor Garcia. And actually, following up on what you just said, I would like to know about the diversity of the 5 Title IX hires and the 5 civil rights attorneys that have been hired recently.
And we will get that report to you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Kimball.
So I also had the same idea about the PACE program and growing our own, because as I am, along with Trustee Gilbert Lurie, I serve on the Oversight Title IX Committee, and as I've gone to campuses and visited the Title IX offices, that as AVC Schwarzkopf mentioned, the real, I guess, holdup is not finding the people we need to, adequately service the Title IX offices at the campuses. It's a very difficult job, and there are many individuals not properly trained. So it just does absolutely make sense for us to provide or create a PACE program. Sadly, well, it could be sadly or not, but this is a growth industry, obviously, and it's not just us, it's institutions, public and private, who are being forced to deal with Title IX and discrimination issues. So it is a growth industry, and I think as the CSU, it's part of our mission to provide workforce needs, and this is something that is, just critically needed and perfect, I think, for a PACE program, a certificate in specifically, I guess, investigation, whatever is required. So I just would love to see that happen in some of our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Campbell. And also thank you and to Trustee Gilbert Lurie for serving on the Civil Rights Oversight Committee. Truly appreciate that. Trustee Darlene Yee Mellikar.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. I too appreciate your update and work on Title IX programs and services. I'd like to learn a little bit more about data transparency. How will the transition to a unified case management system improve the transparency and accountability of the CSU's handling of civil rights cases? And what measures are in place to ensure data accuracy and also confidentiality and privacy?
Those are excellent questions. So once we have the unified case management system, the Chancellor's office will have real-time access. We'll be able to pull a report immediately about the number of cases that have come in, and as Leora mentioned earlier, from the time that the report comes in to when intake is, to when an investigation is complete, until it's fully and finally resolved. And so that's something that we don't have access to right now. With respect to ensuring privacy and confidentiality, one of the things that the RFP committee is looking at in terms of vendors is how we can ensure sort of firewalls within whatever the system is. So for example, once you take a case all the way to resolution and there was a substantiated finding, that report, that investigation report, is then handed off to HR or student conduct in order to implement any potential discipline. And so we have to ensure that they have the information that they need to take the next steps, and also that we close the loop with our civil rights investigation files. And so we have to have a system that is robust enough that we're able to have those sort of warm handoffs and transitions, or where it comes in initially as, say, just a report about an area of concern of somebody, and we see that there's a Title IX issue or a DHR issue, that it can be assessed by the appropriate subject matter experts before it moves on to next steps. And so those are all things that we will look at for the vendor that we are hoping to select in the next 6 months.
Thank you. Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Thank you. And this isn't really a question. I just have a few comments. And it's in the context of, first, I can't emphasize enough how overwhelming what you're all doing seems to me. And the compliance work itself is vast. And I admire and really appreciate, I can't even imagine doing all you and Vice Chancellor Friedman have done in the last year to meet these compliance requests. But that said, I think that's why we need all the people in this room even more, because while compliance is being done, we do also have to keep in mind this broader vision and and that's where I think trust comes in too. And, I think about us serving on an oversight committee and what that means. And I think about, while all of these important issues are raised today, we spent our oversight committee meeting talking about communications. And that's not really the crux of where we're at right now. And so I think we have to we have to really trust that great ideas come from all of the people in this room and use that to get at this very important goal. And because I think the comments that have come out today, they're all great. It makes me, I love this board. The presidents have great ideas. The faculty have great ideas. And we're going to need all of us coming together to accomplish this overriding task and to advocate for the resources needed to get us there. So I wouldn't silo and sideline everybody. We all need as much information as possible. And I'm going to put one pitch out there in terms of the importance of talking about safety, because I know that word has become politicized and that some people are uncomfortable with it, but I do think that a feeling of safety on the campuses underlies all of this work, because all the care in the world and all the good intent of the world doesn't go very far if students and staff don't feel safe coming onto a campus. So I think we have to take back that word and have it really, that feeling that I think, Doug, you were asking about, that that we're all asking about, like, when can we start to feel these changes that we're all working so hard to bring about? When do they get felt on the campus? That does start with people trusting that the resources are there, that the people are there, that the information is there, that if they need help, it is there and they know where to find it. And to me, that means people feel safe. That means they trust the adults around to take care of the problems. Yes, problems are always going to, problems are going to occur, but that doesn't mean we don't want people to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Clark.
I want to, hopefully this will be the end of our conversation. I'm sorry we've gone over, and in that regard, I want to apologize to my colleagues. I'm going to try as best we can to give estimates of time that are within range. Now, this situation, I think we've gone just about a half hour over, and I think it's time well spent. So I say amen to the questions of my colleagues on the board. And I assure you we'll work with the Office of the Board of Trustees and really look at these timeframes. I take this as a error on my part. I should have known that this was going to take longer than the time we allotted, so I apologize. I do want to make a suggestion and also highlight something. One, I want to highlight that we have moved a long way. Your report is unadulterated good news. And so in that regard, kudos to you and thank you for what you've done in terms of moving us forward. What I'm hearing from the board is we went through a lot, you know that, and many of us who were on the board were deeply affected by the circumstances which resulted in needing to form a Title IX oversight committee. And I assure you that this is being taken very seriously. The Chancellor and I attended the last Title IX oversight committee just to get a sense of how things are going. And I also want to say thank you to Trustee Kimbell and Trustee Gilbert-Lorry for the hard work they're doing, as well as every other member of that committee that I saw working. The thing that I would ask, and I've heard it asked by various different trustees, we need more of a sense of how a culture of care is actually being implemented kind of more in real time. And this is where it is consistent with what I'm asking from the Office of the Chancellor. Conclusions are great. Results, I love results. But sometimes knowing the data points that had to be gone through to get to those results is very important. And I just wanted to say that I think it would be useful for the board in some of your future reports to, for example, explain to us what trauma-informed trauma-informed practices are. That's the term I was looking for. The reason I ask this is a public meeting. This is an opportunity for the CSU to speak to the entire California community. And if I were a parent of a CSU student, when I hear trauma-informed practices, that sounds wonderful. But what does that mean? What are the resources that are actually available to my child, sending them off, even whether they're an adult or not, or the adult who comes onto the campus after years on the workforce and they come on? What does trauma-informed practice mean? Because if you explain it to us, it is one way to get that message out to the community. Now, I realize that you can do probably a training for 90 days, and please don't do that with us. But you can summarize it in a way, say in a 15-minute to half-hour presentation, because as we understand, and in some ways, because we're from around the state, we can go into our communities and explain that there are these wonderful things happening. So I appreciate beyond measure these conversations. We appreciate beyond measure the work you've done. Please keep going, and please explain to us with even a little bit more detail what you're doing. We'd appreciate that, I think.
Thank you. And I see no other additional comments or questions, and I just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you, Vice Chancellor Friedman, and AVC Schwarzkopf and your team are doing to move this important issue forward for the CSU and for the safety, for the culture of care for the CSU, for our students, for our faculty, for our staff, for our community. So thank you very much. And we understand the hard work that you're doing, but we also know how much work is ahead of us. So thank you. So Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on University, Faculty, and Personnel.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, will you please convene the Committee on Institutional Advancement?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Institutional Advancement please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes from the May 2024 meeting. Are there any objections to approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. The committee has one item on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is a facility naming request seeking approval for the naming of the Habas Law Athletic Center at San Jose University. This action item will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor, External Relations and Communications, and Cynthia Teniente Matson, President, San Jose State. Please begin, Greg.
Thank you so much. This item will consider naming the Spartan Athletic Center as the Habas Law Athletic Center at San Jose State University for a period of 10 years. The proposed naming recognizes the $3.3 million sponsorship agreement with Habas and Associates. Funds will be used to make improvements, pay for debt service on the building, and maintain the recently opened Spartan Athletic Center. Terms related to the sponsorship agreement can be found in the board item. I now turn the presentation over to President Teniente Matson to share more about the sponsor's relationship with the university and the benefits involved in this agreement.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this sponsorship for San Jose State University. This is born out of a robust relationship our athletics department has built with Havas Law Firm. Mr. Havas has been a long-standing supporter of San Jose State University football, and this generous sponsorship commitment helps signify that SJSU is a premier athletics brand in the Bay Area marketplace. Although the Spartan Athletics Center is only a year old, it has quickly become the hub for student athletes from all 22 teams. This sponsorship not only serves as an investment in Spartans on the field, but it also supports the Spartan Athletics Center role as a space for enhanced academic support and community engagement. This sponsorship will also raise visibility for SJSU and the CSU system through increased media exposure, which can in turn attract more students, fans, and further giving opportunities. The investment will energize our South Campus and generate possibilities that can make SJSU athletics a driver of enrollment and bolster the SJSU brand beyond athletics. At San Jose State, we consider ourselves the epicenter of the future, where new ideas can leave a lasting impact in our region, our state, our country, and the world. This sponsorship could unlock new avenues for positive investment in collegiate athletics and higher education institutions. This public-private partnership that Havas Law Firm is sponsoring is unique in the athletic space and serves as a model for future collaborations, encouraging more businesses to invest in SJSU athletics and the university. Relationships like the one formed with Mr. Havas are integral to building a stronger, more vibrant community with the university at its heart. I thank Mr. Havas and Havas Law Firm for their commitment and support to San Jose State athletics and encourage the board to view this as an opportunity to support valuable collaborations for the betterment of the university and its stakeholders in light of our current economic conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Teniente Metzen. The naming of the Havas Law Athletic Center at San Jose State University is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions? Hearing none, there's been a motion and a second to approve the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The item is approved. And President Teniente Metzen, will you please escort Mr. Omar Havas to the podium where he will be joined by Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia?
On behalf of the entire California State University family, I offer my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Omar Havas, founder of Havas Law, for his vital support of the Spartan Athletic Center that will now bear the Havas Law name. The center is easily the most ambitious and transformative capital project in the history of San Jose State athletics. While it will be the home of Spartan football and soccer, the facility will benefit members of all of SJSU's 22 men's and women's athletic teams, and it will advance the department's and the university's goal of fielding perennial championship-level programs in both the Mountain West Conference and on the national stage. The sponsorship agreement we celebrate today is reflective of a decades-long commitment to community support demonstrated by Mr. Havas and his firm. In addition to San Jose State and its athletic department, his generosity and philanthropy have benefited numerous other educational institutions throughout Silicon Valley, as well as healthcare organizations and cancer-related charities, family shelters, the Family Giving Tree, and the San Jose Police Foundation. Mr. Havas, again, thank you. Thank you for this extraordinary, impactful agreement, and thank you for so wonderfully modeling so many of the core values San Jose State and the California State University hold dear. Will you please share a few words with us?
Thank you. before I came here today, there was no doubt in my mind that I was a pretty smart guy. And now there's no doubt in my mind I'm probably the least smartest person in this room. At the Habas Law Firm, we've always believed in the power of dedication, integrity, and community. These are the principles that guide our work every day as we strive to seek justice and support those in need. Today, we're thrilled to extend this commitment to the incredible athletes, coaches, and supporters of San Jose State University. Becoming partners with San Jose State Athletics is a privilege that fills us with pride. We see in the Spartan athletes the same spirit of perseverance, hard work, and excellence that we champion in our legal practice. Their relentless drive to excel both in sports and academics is truly inspiring. It aligns perfectly with our firm's mission to empower and uplift individuals. This partnership means so much to us for several reasons. First, it provides us with an opportunity to give back to community that supported us throughout the years. San Jose is not just a place we work, but it is our home. By supporting San Jose Athletics, we're investing in the future of our community, fostering growth, and nurturing the potential of young athletes who will go on to achieve great things. Second, this collaboration allows us to be part of something larger than ourselves. The Spartan Nation is a family that celebrates victories, learns from challenges, and stands united in the face of adversity. We're excited to join this family to share in your triumphs and to support you every step of the way. For our firm, this partnership is a testament to our belief in the transformative power of sports. Athletics teaches us valuable life lessons about teamwork, leadership, and resilience. These are lessons that resonate deeply with our team at the Habas Law Firm, and we're eager to contribute to an environment where these qualities are nurtured and celebrated. So to the athletes, coaches, and staff of San Jose State Athletics, we want you to know that we're here for you. We believe in your potential. We're committed to supporting your journey toward excellence. Whether on the field, in the classroom, or in your future careers, we stand by you, ready to help you achieve your goals. To the entire Spartan Nation, thank you for welcoming us into your community. We look forward to building lasting relationships, creating memorable experiences, and celebrating many victories together. This partnership is just the beginning, and we're excited about the future that we'll create together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is the chair of our board.
My honor. I'll just say one word here. Excuse me. So, Mr. Habas, your generosity is greatly appreciated by this institution, and we have a recognition of facility naming certificate for you here. I'm not going to read the whereases, but I would like to take a picture with you and the Chancellor. And I'm sorry, and the President, of course. We're going to go right over here. He's right here. And would you like to hold it, or would you?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Okay. And you sit right here next to him. Okay, but we'll still here. Thank you again.
So very humbled by this. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Institutional Advancement.
Thank you, Trustee Gilbert-Lorry. We're supposed to take a break at 10:35. What's the feeling of the group? Would you like to take a break early?
I have to go take a break.
Okay, I'm seeing yes. We'll take our 10-minute break and we'll come back.
And I can get it from the
Okay. We'll go 10:25. 10:25.
State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations,
we're going to convene again.
Governmental relations. Oh, you know why I got lost in my script when I was doing it? Because I went, and then I went to the next page. I didn't see that. Because there's this.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I messed that up. I'm 4 minutes late. I'm sorry, you guys. All right. Thank you for all promptly getting back except for me. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations?
Thank you so much, Chair Clark. I just want to begin by echoing what our Chancellor said yesterday about thanking everyone for their advocacy efforts and that your advocacy matters. It really does. I want to thank all of our stakeholders for sharing the CSU story in your districts at the state capitol, and it is key that we continue these efforts to share the good work of the CSU. That being said, will the Committee on Governmental Relations please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes from the May 2024 meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. The committee has 2 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an update on NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance. This information item will be presented by Greg Sachs, our Vice Chancellor on External Relations and Communications, and Nathan Dietrich, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Advocacy and State Relations. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you very much, Trustee Rodriguez. As the board has discussed before, it is imperative that we fulfill our moral and legal obligations to Native American tribes and descendants and repatriate all ancestors and cultural items that are in our university's collections. The board has requested regular updates on this work being done at the system-wide level and university level to comply with NAGPRA, CalNAGPRA, and the implementation of AB 389. Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will offer an update, and we can take questions afterward. Let me also, before Nathan takes over, just thank him for his leadership and that of his team in really moving this along very, very far in a very short time period.
Right.
Nathan?
Thank you, Greg, and our team is working very hard on this effort. I'd like to start this presentation with a brief update on our one-year report to the state auditor on implementing the recommendations made in last year's audit. You will remember the state auditor found that the Chancellor's office has not provided our universities with the guidance and oversight necessary and made 8 recommendations. And 3 months after the audit was released, the state legislature passed AB 389, which generally aligned with the audit's recommendations, but had different statutory deadlines for some of our work. The Chancellor's office was in agreement with the audit and recommendations, and we did not oppose the additional oversight and requirements associated with AB 389. When recommendations, processes, and dates have conflicted, we have prioritized those in the state law and AB 389. In our one-year response, we shared with the auditor that we have completed 2 of the 8 recommendations and that 6 are in progress. While 6 recommendations are still in progress, we are meeting the deadlines outlined for us by the state auditor and the legislature on those items, and I will discuss a number of those throughout this presentation. Much of the Chancellor's office work this spring has focused on developing a system-wide NAGPRA policy, which is required by AB 389 and recommended in the state audit. In doing our work, we have prioritized tribal input. 10 listening sessions were held this spring, which were attended by representatives of more than 50 tribes. At these listening sessions, we heard where we have failed in the past and received suggestions for the future. Our working group, led by CalNAGPRA Project Manager Adrian Tafoya, completed a draft policy for consultation purposes, and earlier this month, it was shared with tribes and the Native American Heritage Commission. The draft policy addresses a number of requirements and best practices that we believe will build trust with tribes, ensure compliance, and lead to repatriation of all ancestors and cultural items in our collections. In consultation with the Commission, we have decided to go back to tribes for a formal consultation period this fall, and have given tribes notice of a 90-day period for consultation that will run from September 1st to November 30th. After that consultation period, the draft policy for consultation purposes will be refined and shared further with the Commission, tribes, and across the Chancellor's office. The law requires us to do our best to incorporate the suggestions of the tribes and Commission. As noted earlier, the audit recommends and law requires that each university have a full-time experienced NAGPRA coordinator. I am pleased to report to you that as of July 1st, 18 of 21 universities that must have this coordinator now have that position in place. The remaining 3 are still in their hiring process for their coordinators at different stages. At last month's board meeting, Chair Clark asked us to share with you a little bit more about what a full-time experienced coordinator is. Put simply, these coordinators should have the experience of working with tribes and with the repatriation process. These positions should not have other duties that distract them from repatriation efforts, and we generally feel they should not be located within an academic unit and instead close to the university's president's office, if not in it. We are pleased that many universities have located that this position in their president's office. So we thank our presidents for making these positions a priority. As each of these coordinators are onboarded, the Chancellor's office is committed to working with them to ensure they're fully trained and kept up to date on both best practices and the legal requirements of the repatriation process. I'm also pleased to tell you that a decision has been made within the Chancellor's office to create an Office of Tribal Relations. This office will be located within the Division of External Relations and Communications and report directly to the Vice Chancellor. Over time, the work will be transitioned from advocacy and state relations into the Tribal Relations Office, which will be led by an executive director. A search is underway to hire that individual who will have experience working with tribes and a keen understanding of tribal history and culture and the required partnerships for success on a number of university-wide and system-wide efforts. The office's responsibility will include government-to-government tribal relations, the creation of tribal partnerships, oversight of NAGPRA and other legal requirements, as well as the charge to coordinate with the various divisions of the Chancellor's office and our universities. In doing this work, the office will support and engage Native American students and tribes in all that the CSU does. I'd now like to take a moment to update you on other items that are important to our overall compliance and organizational commitment to do this work in the right way. We continue to engage tribal partners across the state, and last week I gave an update to the Native American Heritage Commission board meeting that is very similar to this presentation, and we thank them for their partnership on the draft policy and the committees that are being formed across the system. In late May, President Steve Perez of Chico State and Chico State's Director of Tribal Relations, Rachel McBride Pretorius, and myself took part in a roundtable discussion with roughly 24 legislators and tribal leaders near Chico State. The roundtable was a welcome opportunity for Chico State to share how their long-term investment in tribal relations and NAGPRA compliance has led to a very significant amount of repatriations and a greatly improved relationship with tribes. There will also be a legislative hearing on August 6th in Sacramento that will formally review the process being made and the plans that both the CSU and UC have going forward. As discussed, AB 389 requires the creation of those system-wide and campus-based NAGPRA committees, and these committee members are to be nominated by the Commission and appointed by the Chancellor. On July 16th, the Commission formally appointed an additional 18 members to committees at 11 universities, bringing the total number of campus committee members to 29 at 13 universities. Committee members will continue to be nominated throughout the year, and in total, more than 150 individuals are needed. Committee roles will be outlined in the future system-wide policy. And I am pleased to report to you that our NAGPRA project coordinator has been working with the Chancellor's Office Procurement Office to secure and implement a common collection management system that the Chancellor's Office will pay for and that each of our universities will have access to. This system will allow for better tracking of collections at each university and across the system, as well as for standardized communication with tribes. This ideally will lead to an improved repatriation process and more progress being made. The Chancellor's Office will support campus coordinators with being trained on and utilizing this collection management system. And I'd now like to share with you some progress being made at our universities since we last met in May. Over the last few months, we've implemented a new and formalized process for universities to provide the Chancellor's Office with updates on their work. These reports show that many of our universities have had a large number of consultation sessions and meetings with federal and non-federal tribes, and that many are updating their notices in the Federal Register. As we have discussed previously, Chico State's investment over a number of years continues to pay off. In recent weeks, the university facilitated the reburial of more than 500 ancestors and almost 100,000 cultural items to a consortium of 6 tribes in Northern California. Our universities are working creatively and collaboratively to repatriate ancestors and cultural items. For example, Cal State Fullerton and Cal State Long Beach are coordinating their efforts and creating a unified repatriation plan for a collection that was split between them and other universities. The collection originates from a single site in Southern California, and by working together, they will ease the burden placed on tribes and ideally speed up the repatriation process. We hope that such joint and collaborative repatriation efforts can become a best practice in the coming years. Cal State Long Beach hired their NAGPRA coordinator, and in July moved all their non-ancestral collections from a variety of locations on campus to a single locked site. And I'm also pleased to tell you that San Francisco State has completed a held-in-trust agreement with the Pesquenta Band of Namlaki Indians that will complete all of their repatriations in Tehama and Glenn counties. So trustees, I hope this gives you a sense of what's happening at the system level and at our universities, and concludes my presentation. As we implement the auditor's recommendations and AB 389 requirements, we remain committed to doing the work in a meaningful way and in formal and consistent consultation with tribes. We are now happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? And we do have one from Trustee Brar.
Hi, thank you, Nathan, for that update. I'm really happy to hear that we have campus coordinators and, almost at all campuses, and it's in progress. I think that needs to be commended, so that's great work on our team. And I also had another question. I know we talked about this regarding Title IX and making sure that our legislators are aware of the progress that's happening. Are we doing the same with the CalNAGPRA update? I know Lieutenant Governor, this is very important to her as well. I just want to make sure that they're all aware of the progress.
Absolutely. So every 2 months, we send a 4 to 5 page update on the activities, very similar to your board agenda item. And it went out last week from everyone to the governor, lieutenant governor, Senator Ramos, the commission, a host of offices, the Capitol, and other stakeholders. So we are committed to doing that as we go forward.
Any other questions or comments? I definitely want to thank you so much for all of the work that your team has done to make sure that we're building trust on this course correction path that we're on, and all the efforts that you're making to update our legislators on the progress. I also want to thank our stakeholders for ensuring their commitment and dedication to making sure that we are on this path of correction, but with treating it with urgency, with respect and dignity. So a lot of gratitude on my part. And I want to acknowledge our Chancellor right now.
Thank you, Nathan, and all of you for doing such hard work. I also want to recognize President Tomas Morales, who works alongside the presidents in getting this work done. He had something he had to take care of this morning, but I do want to recognize him, and also recognize him for his incredible partnership with Mr. Hitchcock, who he is always in touch with to make sure that we're doing what we need to do. But thank you all for the fabulous work.
Yes, thank you so much, Chancellor. So again, much appreciation for all of the hard work.
Thank you. I'll share it with our team.
Okay. Item 3 is a state legislative update. This information item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs, and Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich. Please begin, Greg.
Thank you again, Trustee Rodriguez. At this point in time, the legislature is halfway through their session, which will end on August 31st. As you can see in the agenda packet, the ASR team and our colleagues from across the system continue to work hard to represent the CSU in order to secure favorable outcome on many bills making their way through the legislature. In addition, the team continues to find creative ways to engage with the Capitol community while partnering with our campuses, our trustees, the Alumni Council, and all of our stakeholders. And Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will explain that in just a little bit. He will also highlight key bills that the team has been working on and provide a look ahead on what to expect over the next few weeks. Nathan?
Well, thank you. As was noted, we are quickly approaching the final weeks of the legislative session, and since I presented in May, we have now moved to the second half of the session, and bills that have passed out of the Assembly or Senate are now being heard in the other house. The policy committees for each house concluded their work earlier in July, and the legislature is currently on summer recess. The agenda packet in front of you reflects those bills that remain active, as well as the bills that have failed to pass. All three of our sponsored bills, from expanding the use or the flexibility of professional and continuing education, the staff and faculty housing bill that will allow low-income housing tax credits to be used by our universities, and offering in-state tuition to members of the armed services who are stationed in California, have passed the first house and await action by the Appropriations Committee in the second house. So all three are making progress and continue to have a straightforward path going forward. And I want to thank our campuses for having testified in support of both bills in in June and May. It's all coming together in June and May, and for both bills there. And next slide. Sorry, I cut some things out to keep us on schedule. First, I want to give you an update on where we are in a number of key issues in the front of the legislature that are critical to the CSU. And first is the bond. As you know by now, the legislature has declined to include higher education in an education facilities bond that will be considered by voters in November. We are deeply disappointed by this decision. We believe that the CSU's facilities are critical to our students and the state, and that they must be invested in just as the state is investing in K-12 and community colleges. Senator Glazer once again led the charge and championed this issue in the Senate, and we thank him, as well as Pro Tem Mike McGuire, for their support. I'd also like to acknowledge that Senate President Pro Tempore Emeritus Tony Atkins and Senator Dave Min matched our frustration with strong comments on the floor of the Senate in support of the CSU to be included in the bond. Unfortunately, an agreement between the Senate and Assembly was unable to be reached, and there was concerns that a larger bond that included funding for the CSU and UC would have less of a chance of passing and would cost the states tens of millions of dollars more in annual debt service. As I previously noted, the CSU, in partnership with the UC, conducted polling, which suggested that voters would have supported a facilities bond with higher education included, and that we were open to a variety of levels of funding to serve our universities. Ultimately, the legislature placed a $10 billion education bond, known as Proposition 2, and a $10 billion climate change bond, Proposition 4, on November's ballot. I'd like to thank the campus staff, presidents, and our trustees for your active engagement on this critical issue. Your meetings, phone calls, and engagement, including campus tours with members that highlighted the glaring need facing so many of our universities, was helpful and kept us into consideration until the end. As we move forward, we'll be considering a number of ways that we can work proactively with the legislature to meet our capital needs, as it remains absolutely critical that our world-class students have world-class facilities to succeed. Shifting gears to nursing programs. Both SB 895 by Senator Roth and AB 2104 by Assemblymember Soria would establish pilot programs that authorize community colleges to offer nursing bachelor degrees. We strongly believe that the ADN to BSN model, operated in partnership with community colleges, is the right answer for the state. These programs are efficiently run, do not have waiting lists, and have the capacity to enroll more students. Our universities have proactively developed partnership programs with nearly 40 community colleges that offers concurrent enrollment and online courses that support rural and working nurses and students. These programs have been highly successful, helping students graduate in 3 to 4 years rather than 5 or 6. And in fact, the recently passed state budget included $60 million for the community colleges system to grow ADN and BSN nursing pipeline programs in partnership with the CSU and UC. We believe the state should focus on investing in successful strategies like this that have proven results, rather than investing in duplicative programs that will not result in a net increase in the number of nurses in our state. I'd like to thank the 14 campuses that were able to have their nursing directors in Sacramento for committee hearings earlier in July. They were joined by our faculty and labor partners, whose collective presence helped us match the supporters of these bills. And both these bills await action in the Appropriations Committee for when the legislature reconvenes in August. Another issue that you have seen in the press and heard comments about yesterday at public comment is AB 2586, which would prohibit the UC, CSU, and community colleges from disqualifying a student for employment at a campus due to their immigration status. Similar to the UC, the CSU remains concerned that an untested legal theory would result in significant litigation against the CSU for having violated federal law. We have shared these concerns with the author and legislative leaders, but are not in opposition to the bill. We will continue to engage on the matter as the bill progresses through the legislative process. On Title IX, as you heard from the presentation earlier, I am pleased to report that we're able to move to a support position on a number of Title IX bills, and that legislators have addressed our concerns with a number of other bills, so we are now in an official tracking position. As noted in May, many of these bills align with the recommendations included in the state audit and Cozen O'Connor reports. I am proud that we have worked through these specifics and were able to show to the legislature how committed the CSU is to improving our Title IX efforts and the culture at our universities and across the system. And it was noted last week that Governor Newsom signed 2 Title IX bills into law, which includes AB 2608, which we did formally support. That bill requires colleges to update their annual sexual violence and sexual harassment training to include new topics, including how students can access confidential resources on and off campus. And AB 1790, which requires that the CSU implement the recommendations of the state audit and annually report on the status of the implementation. These are items that we have already committed to doing, and we will continue to do so. You're also aware that across the nation at some of our universities, protests have occurred over the Israel-Gaza war. Legislators have introduced legislation aimed at ensuring a safe environment for all students. I am pleased to share with you that we were able to support AB 2925 as we worked with the author, Assembly Member Laura Friedman, to amend the bill to align with a number of best practices that some of our universities have already adopted, but that we can expand statewide. And finally, before we move to the next slide, I want to provide an update on the 2 bills that would have added additional members to the Board of Trustees. The authors of both bills have decided to hold them in committee, and they will no longer be advancing this year. As noted earlier, as part of this year's advocacy plan, each of our universities have proactively engaged with their legislators and hosted them on campus to discuss issues such as nursing and the importance of the bond. Pictured here on top is San Bernardino's Impact Day, which they briefed a number of elected officials on their healthcare workforce programs, and below it is our nursing directors before a committee hearing in Sacramento. We appreciate their efforts and will continue to grow these efforts in our advocacy plan as we go forward in strategic and thoughtful ways. I'd also like to share that we held our 2nd annual National Donut Day event, hosted in partnership with the Alumni Council, and around 100 alumni who work around the state capitol joined us for a cup of coffee and a donut on what was a very busy week for the legislature. The event provided a great opportunity to foster relationships and reconnect with our alumni in Sacramento. As we continue to build out our advocacy strategy, events like these will provide a great opportunity to develop strong allies and partnerships with key decision makers. And before I highlight the remaining legislative calendar, I once again want to thank and echo Trustee Rodriguez's comments about the campus staff, and the Chancellor's office officials who have taken time to come to Sacramento to advocate on so many bills. We've had we had dozens of partners join us at the Capitol this session, including a number of our trustees. Likewise, I want to thank our trustees who have worked with the Chancellor and our office to engage the legislature and governor on so many topics that we have discussed today. Our voices are being heard. And the CSU is best when a full spectrum of campus officials, system leaders, and stakeholders are active at the Capitol and engaging in our advocacy efforts. So finally, so you're aware of the upcoming calendar. Members will return from summer recess on August 5th for one final month of session, and the first half of the month is focused on committee work, and the second half on floor votes. Bills must pass both houses by August 31st to be considered for the governor's signature. At that point, he will have until the end of September to take action on the bills presented to him. We will continue to advocate on all of the key bills mentioned today and others that are outlined in your agenda packet. And I know we'll be continuing to ask some of you for your help, too, between now and the end of session. Trustee Rodriguez, this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, ABC Dietrich. And we do have a couple of comments. We'll start with Trustee Brar.
Thank you, Nathan. Nathan, can you, for me, go over the bill regarding undocumented students and employment?
Yeah,
what is the bill's title, and tell me again the stance currently that we're...
Yeah, so the bill was introduced by Assembly Member David Alvarez, and it would allow the CSU, community colleges, and UC to hire undocumented students for on-campus jobs. Right now, our and UC and others' legal opinion is that we cannot hire individuals without federal work authorization. And this bill is supported by a group of lawyers who feel that there is a loophole in federal law that would allow that. That's been untested, and the challenge we have is that if a organization violates federal law, it then puts other federal partnerships and programs, contracts, grants, federal financial aid for all students at risk. So it is while we support and understand the value our undocumented students have on our campuses, there are potential consequences to the bill being enacted.
So the consequence that you just mentioned, you're worried that if we do support it, we could get legally challenged and possibly all of our other students' financial aid could be at risk.
Not if we support it, but if it's enacted, yes.
If it's enacted.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can ABC Dietrich, can you also, we've had conversations too about how incredibly supportive the CSU is of our undocumented students with fellowships and scholarships and things like that. So if there's anything else that you could add to that too?
Yeah, so many of our campuses, as well as UC, there's different things you can do to support undocumented students on a variety of efforts. We have a robust network of Dreamer Resource Centers and campus supports and other fellowship type programs that are short of employment that are offered across the system in a very thoughtful way. There's legal aid offered through the system and other campuses. There's a host of programs and efforts underway, and also being planned for if there's a change in the election of how we can support our undocumented students.
Mm-hmm. And yesterday we heard about College Corps. Right. And I think, there's a great opportunity there. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Trustee Steinhauser.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Nathan, you and your team are doing a great job, and I'm going to say something that may be wild and crazy, okay?
I'm ready.
So, I don't know if we'll ever get the support in Sacramento for a statewide bond, to be honest with you, because this is now the second time that this has not worked. So the issue is, we know that K-12 and community colleges can go out for their own bonds. Here in this local community right here in Long Beach, since 1998, they've passed over $6 billion in bonds to support. Yes. I truly believe in my heart that each of the local communities would support their universities. So have we ever explored the idea of giving us permission to do exactly what our partners are doing? I mean, it makes no sense, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of talk of could we have that same authority? And as a state agency, as far as I'm aware, and we can have a further discussion, no other state agencies have the ability to place a bond on the ballot for voters either locally in a county or municipality or statewide to support. So that would be a significant change in both state elections and financing and a host of issues. We did see the Fresno State example where they went out, or they didn't go out, but community members put a sales tax proposal forward. Unfortunately, that was rejected by voters. But we do need to think critically about how we approach the legislature and the governor and Department of Finance about our facility needs and how we're going to have it addressed. We have, for years now, had the one-time funding request in the budget request. We've had our general fund increase. We've asked for money for facilities. And we've had the bond effort out there. We've had modest success on the budget with that. But I think it's time to really think critically about what else can we offer and what plan can we put together for the state to work with us on. And then build a coalition that will support that with us as we look at other opportunities. So I appreciate this is one opportunity that has been talked about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Trustee Arambula.
I just wanted to come back for 1 second to, I'm going to get the legislation wrong, what Raji was talking about, though, with our undocumented students. And I want to say this for clarity. We have concerns, despite the fact that we are deeply in support of supporting all of our undocumented students, and we want to find every way to do it. We have some concerns with this particular legislation because it would put it risk putting federal financial aid at risk and off the table. At times, I think sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. So I'm not getting into the weeds on this particular one. I'm saying, how do we then communicate out our unending support? Because I actually think as a CSU, we have been on the front end of supporting undocumented students and have gone so much further than so many others. And so I know when I heard a student yesterday in public comment say we came out in opposition, what that means is we've missed an opportunity to appropriately say everything we are doing for undocumented students, and especially with how front and center this has been in the election. I want to make sure that, one, we are proactively preparing ourselves for no matter what happens in November, and two, that we continue to find ways to communicate everything we are doing and think about all the things we could be doing based on a variety of so I don't know that there's any action in that as much as I'm just saying I think we need to continue to communicate out the message because it's clear what we're hearing back is folks are hearing some wavering from us, and my sense is what I've heard from you directly is there is no wavering in our support, and we continue to be a champion and a leader. How do we make sure that everyone knows that, and when we're not, we're actually pivoting and ensuring that we are?
Thank you. Very well said, and we will work with our campuses and system-wide on exactly that.
You know, I think you really I really appreciate you mentioning that because it's a great, it's another example of how we need to make sure that our communications area is working with our advocacy area, and we're building on the great work that's happening across the system on our campuses, and then also, of course, our core beliefs. So I really appreciate you bringing that up because I think you hit on one of the great opportunities we have in telling our story is that while there may be nuance with little pieces, with important pieces of legislation, collectively and to our core, we care very deeply about our undocumented community and we support them wholly.
Correct. Thank you so much. And Chancellor?
Vice Chair Arambula, thank you so much. I think one of the things we're going to need to do, and I'm looking at the president, so we'll find out who should be the point person. Let's get an inventory of everything these presidents are doing.
That's right.
Everything, because I know that they're doing so very, very much. We are very committed to undocumented students. So let's get an inventory, and then we could use that to tell our story and get stories from the students of what we do.
Correct.
And I'm so sorry, but even to go back to the fact that we heard directly from a student yesterday with a program supported by the state where this young person is getting paid giving back to her community is getting poured into. We are finding every way we can, and I know from some of the work happening at Fresno State how amazing this is, and that's just because I live in Fresno. I'm sure this is happening 23 times over. The more we can be telling that story, I just think we are bolstered by this.
Correct. Thank you so much. I think, again, we're going back to the good work of the CSU and telling the CSU story. I want to call on Trustee Gilbert Lurie, please.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. I just had a quick question. Do we have another CSU Advocacy Day scheduled?
We don't. We are scheduling it as we speak. We're working on dates that will work for.
Send it to me. Yeah, I would love to.
We will get you as soon as we have it scheduled.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And maybe like a doodle of board member availability as you schedule.
Okay.
In addition to, Nathan's already put together a draft advocacy schedule for next session. It includes, of course, a trustee advocacy day. It includes the system-wide advocacy day, as well as a whole series of other times for the CSU en masse to make a trip to Sacramento.
So you're saying you do have that, or you're putting that together?
We're putting it together. We're finalizing it.
Well, okay. My request for the board day is that maybe there's some sort of doodle poll ahead of scheduling it.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you directly on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Trustee Campbell.
So I just wanted to go back to to be sure, Nathan, you said that as a state agency, we are prohibited from placing a bond.
Yes.
So we cannot do it. All right, thank you.
Trustee Fagan.
Just have a question about AB 1790. That is the measure that requires the CSU to comply with the auditor's recommendations about Title IX reforms. Why, in your discussions, or maybe you personally didn't have discussions, so maybe you can't answer this, but why did the legislators feel that was necessary? Was that what was going on there? And as far as follow-up, what kind of concerns do they have about our performance in complying with this stuff and making people safer on campus?
I think the legislature wants to ensure the system in each of our universities follows through. And one way they can do their best to ensure that, and we are committed to following through, as you know well, but is to put it in law that you will do what the auditor recommends. And so I feel that they did that because they want to really make sure we don't waver from that commitment, and we will not waver from it. And this gives them a way to hold us accountable to that. And I know we will be rising and have risen and will continue to rise to that occasion. And the second part of your question, I'm sorry, maybe that was just it. I don't. Yeah. All right.
That's funny. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of the trustees, for your comments during this committee. Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee of Governmental Relations.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Molina Mancillo, will you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Finance please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for a separate discussion? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
We need to do a roll call on this one.
Oh, got it.
Sorry.
All right.
So, Trustee Molina Mancillo.
Aye.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Gillarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Yes.
Trustee Ortiz Morfitt.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark. Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you. So the committee has 2 items on today's discussion agenda. I know we have a lot to go over today. Finance is a very important committee, and I want to make sure we have very fruitful discussion. But before the Chancellor's Office staff begins these budget presentations, I would just like to make a moment to stress a couple points. So first, we began the 2023-2024 fiscal year with a budget gap of $138 million. And the Universities and System Office ended that year closing that budget gap. Secondly, it's anticipated that we will have a budget gap of $218 million this upcoming fiscal year, which will require difficult trade-offs. And third, as we consider our priorities and plans for the approaching year, 2025 to 2026, more challenging times and choices are ahead, with the state already suggesting it will reduce state support to the CSU. This stretch of time has been and may continue to be financially challenging. However, I am confident that we, trustees, fiduciaries of the system, will continue to lead this great institution through it all. So with these points in mind, I want to also note these next 2 presentations. The first presentation is the fiscal state that we are going into, the budget for this upcoming year. And then the second presentation we will receive is planning for the next fiscal year, 2025 to 2026. I say that so that can help inform your questions or your discussion later on. So with that being said, item 5 is an information item on the 2024 to 2025 final budget. This item will be presented by Steve Relier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, and Ryan Storm, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Molina-Mancio. As the trustee has just said, this agenda item and the next are focused on CSU's operating budget. The operating budget supports the core functions of the university, such as classroom instruction, student services, campus operations, and our state university grant program. Before we go into details, I'd like to provide just a high-level description of the approach on this item and the item that's going to follow this one. Now, there's a great deal of information to cover on the budget, and consequently, as we prepared for this meeting, I think initially we thought of just doing this as a single budget presentation as we normally would, but after considering what we really wanted to cover, we decided to break this into 2 separate information items. So as Trustee Molina-Mancio described, that's what we have done, and that's what you'll be hearing about. The first piece of this, the first item, which is item 5, is primarily information sharing on the past year and the current fiscal year. We will provide a brief recap of the 23-24 fiscal year, and in this item also spend time on the recently finished state budget for the 24-25 year. The second item, which is item 6, is seeking your feedback on our budget planning for the next fiscal year, 25-26. We hope these discussions will help shape your thoughts on where this university should place its priorities in what could be a very challenging short to medium term future. So now to this item, Agenda 5, and our recap of the 23-24 year and the 24-25 budget year. So on the screen, on this overview, you see the outline of the discussion. First, Ryan Storm is going to recap 23-24. That will include a discussion on designated balances and reserves and the actions taken in 23-24 to mitigate some of the CSU's budget challenges. After that, Ryan will review our budget timeline, which is good to revisit because it does kind of show what process we need to go through to affect the following budget. Third, Ryan's going to share the state's final budget decisions related to the trustees' budget request for the 24-25 year, the year that we just started. And then I'll share some takeaways from this budget cycle and describe some of the remaining challenges that we have for the university. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm.
Thank you, Steve. So this slide is the first of 4 slides recapping the fiscal year we just finished, which is 23-24. Now, as we entered 23-24, we estimated a system-wide budget gap of $138 million. And that was about a 1.7%, was equivalent to about 1.7% of our total operating budget. Earlier this month, CSU closed its books for 23-24, and the result is that all universities and the Chancellor's office ended the year with positive fund balances. The universities and system closed the forecasted budget gap during 23-24 through a combination of raising revenue, reducing costs, and using one-time balances and reserves. So first, on student retention and new enrollment growth, that led to an increase of over 7,500 students during 23-24, and that in turn resulted in more tuition revenue than we had forecasted. Second, the universities implemented several cost reduction strategies, such as staffing reductions, program consolidations, course offering reductions, as well as non-essential purchase reductions and other strategies. And third, the CSU used one-time designated balances and reserves to help close that gap. Let's see. So I just touched on the 23-24 one-time designated balances and reserves, and I'd like to spend a little time on a quick refresher on the current policy and some new data. So to begin, the CSU created a designated balances and reserves policy in 2015. The objectives of the policy are to ensure that the universities and the Chancellor's office have sufficient levels of balances and reserves and the discretion to sustain year-to-year consistency in all elements of the university's operations. Also, to build capacity for strategic program and capital investments, and also to cover unanticipated expenditures and limit the negative impact of cyclical state recessions. Designated balances and reserves accumulate annually, primarily from tuition, fees, and other revenues in excess of annual expenses. Also, balances and reserves are intended to manage non-recurring expenses, and we will cover the categories of those expenditures in a few slides. And here, reserves are common in higher education, as well as this university, and maintaining reserves is a prudent fiscal practice. Now, this slide shows the total designated balances and reserves for the operating fund over the past 5 years. With the conclusion of the 23-24 year a few weeks ago, we now have new data to report to you on balances and reserves for that year. So the yellow bar is the 23-24 year. CSU's one-time balances as of June 30th totals $2.4 billion. As you can see, that is a decline from the previous year by approximately $114 million. Here is where we draw a connection with a prior slide. This year-over-year decline was partially due to universities using one-time balances and reserves to help narrow that estimated $138 million budget gap during that year. On the next slide, we will break down the yellow bar into the subcategories we are accustomed to reporting to you. Again, the CSU ended 23-24 with $2.4 billion in one-time balances and reserves. These equity balances are held or designated for specific purposes. They are reported in 4 main categories. First, short-term obligations totaled $1.25 billion and are for program development, open contracts and purchase orders, financial aid obligations, and other known immediate upcoming one-time costs. Second, catastrophic events totaled $30 million and are for disasters and costs not covered by insurance. Third, capital balances totaled $316 million and are for new projects, repair of current buildings, and equipment acquisition. And fourth, reserves for economic uncertainty are held for costs that may occur because of short-term recessionary cycles or state budget fluctuations. All told, the CSU has $777 million of reserves for economic uncertainty that are not obligated for a specific purpose. These funds are equivalent to about 34 days of operations for the entire CSU system. This is far below the university policy and national best practices that stipulate reserves cover at least 3 to 6 months of operations. These balances and reserves are an important financial resource as we begin the 24-25 year. They can be utilized to help fill the gap we anticipate for 24-25, like they did in 23-24. So that wraps up our 23-24 recap. Next, we will go over the budget timeline. This is important context for the steps taken in this just completed 24-25 budget cycle. So on the screen is the budget timeline that combines the trustees and the state milestones into one display. Moving from left to right, we begin with the planning phase each year at the July board meeting and finalize the details of the official CSU budget plan in September. On this timeline, those actions are depicted in purple. In green, the state process begins with the governor's proposed budget plan in January. The legislature considers the proposal through the spring, and the governor revises his proposal in May. The process ends with the governor and the legislature finalizing the budget in June. And the arrow indicates we've reached the end of this budget cycle for 24-25. It takes us an entire year to complete a budget cycle. Next, we will cover the results and situation for 24-25. So on this slide are the 24-25 state budget highlights impacting CSU operations. There are two main features of the state's decision. First, the Budget Act of 2024 includes a $240 million increase for general operating costs. This is consistent with the multi-year compact. This is a far better outcome than the funding deferral that was considered for most of this calendar year. Second, and unfortunately, there is a one-time $75 million unallocated reduction to the CSU budget in 24-25. This is due to the state's effort to balance its overall budget. For context, the University of California received a one-time cut of $125 million in 24-25. Now this slide focuses on the connection between the final state budget for 24-25 and the CSU's budget plan, commonly referred to as the CSU operating budget plan. The trustees adopted a $557 million ongoing funding plan last fall. This is reflected in the CSU plan column. The state struggled with a structural budget deficit, and the result of their decisions is captured in the final budget column, which shows that the final state budget provided $240 million for operating budget plan priorities that I mentioned on the prior slide. The first tuition row reflects an estimated $148 million of new tuition revenue from the tuition rate increase approved in September of 2023. And for the other tuition row here on the slide, the multi-year compact requires the CSU to grow resident undergraduate enrollment by 1%. Those additional students will pay tuition, and we estimate that will yield $24 million of new revenue. Together, the new state general fund and estimated tuition revenue provides $412 million of new ongoing revenue to the university. Additionally, the final budget included one-time reduction to the CSU budget of $75 million. Also, the trustees adopted a $2.4 billion one-time funding request last fall for critical capital renewal. The state did not fund this request in 24-25. So in sum, the new tuition revenue, the ongoing state increase, and the one-time state reduction provides the CSU levels of new funding to be used for required operating cost increases, like healthcare premium increases, a 1% strategic resident enrollment growth, Title IX and NAGPRA compliance work, and a portion of the compensation increases, all of which are consistent with the priorities contained in the CSU operating budget plan for 24-25. So this is the positive news. But the not so positive news is there remains a system-wide budget gap of approximately $218 million for 24-25, which started on July 1st. This gap is approximately 2.5% of the CSU's total operating budget. To narrow this budget gap, you see here the same strategies used in 23-24, requiring additional cost reductions, greater use of one-time designated balances and reserves, and aggressive pursuit of new and persistent student enrollment. we note three main challenges affecting our finances for this year. First, our new costs exceed the new revenue, thus creating a budget gap. New state general fund and new tuition revenue per the tuition increase is insufficient to cover all of our new costs. Second, an important board priority is to fairly compensate our employees, and it is very costly to do so. So for 24-25, the total cost for all employee groups is estimated to be approximately $310 million. And third is enrollment. Campuses are aggressively pursuing new students and working to retain current students, which would help on the revenue side. Also factoring in this year is the enrollment target and budget reallocation plan that shifts enrollment targets and related funding from universities significantly below enrollment targets to those universities meeting or exceeding their state-funded resident targets. Now, this slide shows other 24-25 Budget Act highlights specifically impacting students from the three public higher education segments. The middle class scholarship program will not be reduced in 24-25. This is a much better outcome than the May revision proposal to eliminate most of the program's funding. Instead, a $110 million ongoing reduction is planned for 25-26. The program provides scholarships to about 200,000 CSU undergraduate and credential students to help cover the cost of attendance. While the May revision proposed significant cuts to the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, the final Budget Act did not include the proposal. This program awards up to $20,000 to about 2,200 CSU students working toward a teaching credential. The Budget Act is consistent with the May revision proposal to sweep all available balances of the Learning Aligned Employment Program. The relatively new program offered students the opportunity to earn money to help defray their educational costs while gaining education-aligned, career-related employment. And finally, for this slide, the state will not implement the new Cal Grant 2 and 4 program structure due to insufficient funding. It is not known when or if the new structure will begin. And with that, Steve will go over several key takeaways.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. So as you all know, we're experiencing, of course, this year, another year in California of really significant budget challenges. And despite this, for the 24-25 year, the governor and the legislature did fund the third year of the compact, and we are very grateful for that funding. You know, as we use this year's compact funding and the new tuition revenue that's part of the tuition plan that was approved by the board to cover some of our anticipated employee and compensation costs, our strategic enrollment growth of 1% will be addressed, our compliance work, many of our required operating cost increases will be addressed. But unfortunately, that good budget news is somewhat offset by what Ryan described as the $75 million one-time reduction to the university. We will do our best to mitigate the effect of that one-time reduction on our universities and our students. Another unfortunate development is in the state's signal that they will reduce our funding levels in the 25-26 year. That's the next time we're going to talk about. If adopted by the state a year from now, this will create some additional financial challenges, which we'll talk in more detail in the next item. While we appreciate the state's budget increase in 24-25, it's important to point out that the ongoing fiscal challenges that the state faces and that we face as a university system will affect our plans going forward. This situation will require that universities reprioritize their spending, and we anticipate negative impacts on academic offerings and student support services. The funding that we're receiving, while it's more, is still not sufficient to cover the increased costs on our current operations. And at this point, universities will likely have to redirect significant dollars from existing university budgets to cover employee compensation commitments. Emphasizing employee compensation requires budgetary trade-offs and several other operating budget plan priorities, and those will only receive some or perhaps no new funding in the budget for this year. Additional challenges include the full costs associated with achieving federal and state compliance activities, like we had discussed earlier this morning, Title IX and NAGPRA, new legislative mandates, in addition to the associated workload contained in the multi-year compact with the state. It will also be challenging to address the most critical capital renewal projects and new academic facility and infrastructure projects. And in addition, there are the effects of inflation on nearly every aspect of what the university does. Taken together, these challenges will have an impact on us and our students. They will touch the classroom and the services we provide our students. Our presidents will do their best to mitigate these impacts, but they cannot avoid a certain amount of reductions that will occur in the 24-25 year and beyond. I am confident that we'll navigate these challenges in 24-25 as we have with other fiscal challenges we've done in the past, including this last year. And we will return to several of these challenges in the next presentations when we talk about the planning for the 25-26 budget year. So before we end the discussion, I did want to touch on a point that was mentioned by both Chancellor Garcia yesterday and Trustee Rodriguez this morning, and that is that the board's advocacy really did make a huge difference in the outcome for the 24-25 budget. And that statement's not just limited to our board members, but extends to the hundreds of students, alumni, labor partners, our 23 outstanding university presidents, and other faculty and staff and administrators who collectively advocated on our behalf. We collectively made the compelling case in Sacramento that consistent investment in the university and its students ensures a strong future for the state of California. And those efforts were noticed by state leaders. A key period was between the May revision at the end of May and the final budget agreement that recently happened, when our state funding position substantially improved for 24-25, despite the state budget deficit and other proposals that the state had before it. So with that, Chair Molina Mancio, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Steve and Ryan, for that presentation. Ryan always brings the storm, so it's always fun. But we will open it now to comments and questions. First on the list, I have Trustee Yee Melikar. Before we go to her, just want to remind everyone, we do have another presentation right after this about the planning for the 2025 to 2026 operating budget, which we can make changes to, discuss game plan and all that. But for now, I do want to limit our comments to specifically the 2024 to 2025 final budget presentation. So with that, we'll start with Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Molina Mancio, and thanks very much to EVC Rallier and AVC Storm for their presentation. Very informative. Their comments make clear to me that the final budget reflects significant funding challenges, including the $218 million system-wide budget gap, and that the universities will continue to implement cost reduction strategies, use the designated balances and reserves, and focus on increasing enrollment to address the budget gap. And thanks to our presidents, our Chancellor's office staff, and the various campus stakeholders, faculty, staff, students, for their collaboration on trying to address this dilemma. I have two questions, and the questions deal with long-term sustainability and revenue generation. So specifically, what are the long-term strategies for financial sustainability, particularly in light of ongoing state budget deficits? I mean, we're looking at possibly 2 or even more years of state budget deficits. And the specific question for revenue generation is, what new strategies are being explored to mitigate the impact of these budget cuts and funding shortfalls from the state?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Yee Melikar, for that question. And we actually will cover that a bit in our next presentation on the 25-26 budget. But just briefly, the key strategies are going to be to have to look at both sides of the ledger, right? Looking at our cost structure and looking at our revenue sources. On the cost structure side, you heard an example yesterday of what I think is a pretty innovative approach to integrating two two of our university campuses together to deal with financial challenges. At a previous board meeting, you heard about a very important initiative that's near and dear to my heart, which is this multi-university collaboration initiative to find ways of driving down the cost structures of our universities. Deputy Vice Chancellor Nathan Evans has talked about the academic program review process and looking for ways to eliminate redundancy and duplication and identifying savings there. We're going to be continuing to ramp up more efforts on third-party partnerships. You heard a great example from President Tiente Manson today of a partnership that has brought resources to their athletic program. There's going to be a lot more that you're going to be hearing about in the future. So that's on the cost side. So we're doing that. Also, I thought, the excellent presentation yesterday by Dr. Lane from Nash on opportunities that systems have to address costs was very well taken. On the revenue side, we're going to have just as much of an effort to continue to strengthen our partnership with the state of California. Again, we saw for this last budget cycle, I know in many years there hasn't been a huge difference between what has occurred with the May revision of the governor's budget and what occurs in the final budget. This year was different. This year was a huge difference. Even with the state facing a pretty daunting budget deficit, we still saw that push by our board, our presidents, our team in Sacramento that we can kind of turn that around. So we need to find more ways of bringing our union partners, our alumni, everyone together to make the compelling case on behalf of the university. So that's on the state side. We also have to recognize that the state is not always going to be there for us. And we're going to have to find new ways of bringing in additional revenue beyond the traditional sources. So third-party partnerships is one. An area that Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton and I are putting a lot of work into, of course, is how we invest our reserves so that there is more dollars spun off to address things like critical capital needs. That's a revenue source that didn't essentially exist a few years ago, and now is spinning off, I think, just in the last few years, probably over $150 million that has gone to campuses to address critical capital needs. We need to find creative strategies like that will, bring in other sources of revenue. A big help, of course, was the board's action this past year on a tuition model over the next 5 years. And so this fall, the year that we're in right now, is really the first of those 5 years where there's a new revenue source on tuition. So and I'm going on a little bit too long because we are going to talk about this a bit more in the next item. But I appreciate your question because it's a good question. And the main thing is we can't focus on one thing. There's no silver bullet. There's a silver Gatling gun, maybe. It's a horrible analogy, but it's going to mean looking at every element of our cost structure and all the other ways that we can diversify and increase our revenue.
Appreciate your response and your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have Trustee Steinhauser and then Trustee Arambula.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. And I just want to highlight a few things. And Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, if my math is wrong, okay? So this year you said we had we closed that gap of $138 million. And on the slide on the reserves, we spent $114 million of our reserves to close that gap, which represents about 83% of closing the gap. We use reserves to do that, okay? If we use that same formula on our problem that we have now of $218 million, that would bring our unrestricted reserves from 777 to 596, which is roughly a 27-day operating cost. That's unattainable. That's just, and I share that with you because we heard earlier in the spring, we have to do less with less. This is going to be a very painful year, and we have even a potentially worse year in 2020, 25, 26 if the governor does what and the lawmakers do what they say. I share that with you because, as Steve pointed out, if we didn't pass that tuition, we would be in a whole big mess, much bigger than we're in now. And that we still get beat up in public comment about passing that. That took courageous leadership of this body, and I want to thank you for doing that because you literally have saved hundreds of jobs already. That doesn't mean we are going to lose positions, and I want to be honest and frank with people. People watching this need to understand we do not have $2.4 billion of unrestricted resources. I love your slide because it says exactly where that money is going. We truly have $777 million, which is a 34-day operating cost. That is not good. As a superintendent of a public school system, I had 6 months of operating costs, okay? And that is important. And so we're gonna have more detail later, but to the presidents out there, this is really difficult. And I want to thank you because I've been in your seats. I had to cut $333 million in 2 years. It is painful. People are going to be affected. Our students are going to be impacted. But this body is going to do the best because we have no other choice, okay? And to my colleagues, thank you for your advocacy because this is the first time I've seen a change, which is a positive. So thank you for sharing this data because I think we need to get that story out there too because it's really important that the average citizen understands we don't have a $2.4 billion, savings account. It's not what we have. So thank you.
Deep appreciation to everyone who advocated on this behalf, to our Sacramento legislators and the leaders who stood up. This is both morally the right thing to do, but it's also just the best upstream investment in our state. And we know that to be true. And so just huge appreciation to everyone who fought for this during what is a really tough time. I'm going to go back to that slide. If we could actually pull back up the designated balances and reserves slide. Because I think you're exactly right, Chris, that once you understand this, it's so helpful. I don't think we do the job we should do yet in actually showing this in a way that helps everyone understand it, because we call them all reserves. Right. And then we talk about it on the back end and say, but these are actually already committed. Yeah. So I just Ryan, I just want to get abundantly clear. If we went and spent $2.4 billion in reserves, no one would ever advocate that we do that. But let's say we just went and did that this year. We would then have other obligations that this money is supposed to go pay for that we would default on. Is that correct?
Well, some of it's illegal.
Absolutely. So, like I mentioned in my script, it has to do with, open contracts, needing to pay some of those that span fiscal years. You also have a situation where there are reserves that are held temporarily because you have the summer term where you have financial aid that is going to be held the following year. So if you went and blew the whole bucket, so to speak, yes, you would find yourself in a tough spot, including whenever the next situation rose with the state. What would you do then?
And so I just, however we're going to show this, I think I totally heard you. You said it exactly right, and yet we show it in one pile with $2.4 billion in the middle. We need some way to show this that shows simply the same thing that you are saying now simply, which is 1.7 million of this is untouchable money because it's already been designated to be spent on near-term priorities, and 777 million of this is what we can tap into. But by the way, we shouldn't, because that equals 34 days of operating expenses. And so really appreciate the clarity that you all have given to us. It's deeply needed. I am now clear. What do we need to do so that every time a public speaker is talking about this, when some of our counterparts across the system say, well, gosh, we've got $8 billion, why aren't we just tapping into that? We just need to consistently have the thing that we come back to. So that was one whole thought. And then the second is if we could skip to the ongoing fiscal challenges slide. and thank you to whoever's doing the slides. Chris, it's like you were in my head. The work that our presidents are doing here is incredibly challenging. I hope that you hear us as a board appreciate how much you are trying your absolute best to protect our students in every financial choice you're making. For this board, for those of us who are on the board and for those of us who weren't yet, when we looked at the financial sustainability work group, and we found that we're $1.5 billion short. That doesn't mean we actually are running a year-to-year budget deficit of $1.5 billion. It means if we really wanted to do what our young people needed, what our students needed, we would be spending $1.5 billion more every single year. Every time we are asking you all as presidents to go cut more on an annual basis, that $1.5 billion actually gets bigger. And so if we're going to need to, we needed to cut $138 million. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but we needed to cut a insubstantial number, and then we're going to need to do it again. And the budget we just passed is asking you all to do it again. And I just want to name for us as a board, this is why the elegant solution presented yesterday is so important, and it's why we can't stop at that one elegant solution, and we've really got to do this, because if we continue to do everything we've been doing and continue to just make cut after cut after cut, we need to think about revenue, but gosh, we've got to think about the cost side of this too, because there's just no way to get there. So I hope this is okay that I'm saying this in the 24-25 budget, because in some ways it's really a 25-26 budget comment, but as much as anything, it's to say I appreciate what we've done in the 24-25 budget, and we as a board just need to be working to be as creative as we can, because otherwise we can always have a balanced budget, but actually the place where we're short shrifting is on the experience and the product that we're providing to our students, which is at the center of what we do.
I have Chair Clark next, but before Chair Clark speaks, I just want to touch on something Trustee Steinhauser said, just so it could be said out loud and clearly. Although I don't speak for the board, Chair Clark does, but I just want to say tuition is here to stay, right? Tuition increase saved us, as much as it pains me probably to say, but as a board, we are fiduciaries. We have to take care of the system and the financial sustainability of our system. Just want to say it clearly. It is highly unlikely we rescind tuition increase. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Go ahead, Chair Clark.
Well, all I can say, I just want to say amen to what my colleagues said. And I want to emphasize something, because in prior board meetings, I believe you had two of the presidents come down and generally explain that in situations like this, it's up to each campus to make decisions that are going to allow them to provide the quality education that our students deserve. And I just want to be very clear, and I think that the board is behind me on this. Presidents, we understand that you're going to have to make some hard decisions. And within your campus communities and your general communities, you're going to be criticized. We understand from these presentations that, and understand that we're behind you in terms of making the hard decisions. All of you have shown to be excellent, and so please know in these hard times, this board's behind you. And the last thing I would like, my colleagues really made the points that I think are really germane here. But in future, this is where I have to. I'm trying to walk a narrow path. I don't want to get the board into the weeds of how you're going to do particular things. But if you give the philosophies, the value system you're using, and for example, just doing, managing the issue of infrastructure projects, which is a huge problem for this system, as well as other things to overcome. So as we're going along through this process, if you could lay out not only some of the challenges, but the the general values and philosophies you use in trying to solve the problems, I think that still keeps us on the broad oversight side without getting into the weeds of what you're doing. But again, I see these sessions as an opportunity for the CSU to talk to the statewide community. And I think that that's going to help in these very difficult times. It's not going to be easy, but at least might alleviate some of the anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Clark. I saw Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, and then I have Trustee Guajardo.
Thank you. And I know these two sessions are getting mushed together, but it doesn't matter because the question's here or at the other end. But Trustee Chair Clark's comments reminded me, and Vice Chair Arambula's comments about, the conversation that came up yesterday too, in terms of I'm just wondering how we all work together so that we're all doing the best we can, and we expect the presidents to do the best they can, but where they can't, where there's an urgency, where we're asking the impossible in terms of cuts, I'm wondering what the appropriate time is that we could know that. Because, at a certain point, our job in terms of oversight is to speak to both sides, to also represent. If we feel that something is past a point of no return, of diminishing the value of an asset or a university, we need to be speaking more loudly, to the state about that. So I'm just wondering where in this process that comes in and we could hear when we go too far.
What I would say to that is that the integration, elegant solution was our way of pulling people together and sharing with the board the urgency of what we found. And as we go through our institutions and we do these assessments, it is my responsibility to bring that to the board and say, here's what we're finding. So it's not only our presidents, I'm going to say this very clearly, it's also the board office. It's also the president, but every office in the Chancellor's office has to be reviewed for efficiencies, to bring to the board why we're doing this. Not that you're going to tell us how to do it, but that you're informed about why we're doing it. And we're going to do that with the Chancellor's office. And I know that every single president is looking at shared services. You heard my presentation this morning for Interim President Couture and what I have instructed her to do. So it is my responsibility to make sure that I'm working with my vice chancellors to know where the issues are, find solutions, and bring them to the board if we need your approval for certain things, like the elegant integration.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chancellor. I have Trustee Guajardo, and then I have Trustee Adamson. And for the sake of time, we're going to cut the speakers list there. And then the next presentation will give us more context, and we can all speak more at the end of the next one. Trustee Guajardo.
Thank you. So earlier, one of my questions was about cost reduction strategies. And so on page 5, on item 5, it includes some of those cost reduction strategies that will be used again this year. And that includes program consolidation, course and class size changes, curtailing hiring, eliminating positions, voluntary separation, and early retirement programs. And so my question is from earlier, I want to rephrase it. In a future meeting, can this board receive a report on the impacts of these strategies and how they will impact our student, staff, and faculty retention?
We're happy to provide those kind of updates, and we'll work with HR to see, what the part of it we haven't done is try to do a thoughtful analysis on how those strategies impact staff and faculty recruitment and retention. But it's something we can work with our HR folks on.
Trustee Adamson.
Thank you. Several comments. One, Vice Chair Arambula said, as we put out this chart on reserves, et cetera, I think we need to change some terminology here. I think we have $1.6 billion worth of committals and obligations, not reserves, and then we have 777 million of actual reserve. And I think we need to separate this into that kind of a discussion, not put it all together. Now, I realize technically Ryan's going to say to me, well, but some of the money is catastrophic event, and that really kind of is a reserve. But no, it's there for a commitment and a committal should we have that. And I think that's what we need to do to better understand as we talk to the public about where our reserve issue is. That's my one. Two, we've been spending a lot of time talking about how we cost reduce, et cetera, and that is exactly what we have to do when you're in crisis management, and we're in crisis management. As we move forward, Trustee Gilbert Laurie has in past said, you know, this is an institution that has incredible untapped assets out in the world, and that we've got to get better at what we do. For example, in the philanthropy area, how many endowed chairs do we do every year in the CSU? And I think the answer is few to none. And we have to start doing more and more of that kind of thinking as the UCs and privates do constantly. And instead of it trying to just raise money for buildings, which we do a lot of, let's start trying to raise money that offset our actual ongoing expenses of the university, and salaries is where you have to look. So things like endowed chairs, or why the UCs and privates do that, is to lower those costs by having an income stream for those costs. I think those are the kinds of thinking that we have to look at as we move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. So moving on us forward, we're going to go on to item 6, which is an information item on planning for the 2025 to 2026 operating budget. This item again will be presented by Steve and Ryan. So the storm continues and gets stronger. Go ahead, Steve.
There's a storm a brewing, and he's sitting right over there.
Now that's the name of my coffee roasting company in the future, Storm a Brewing. So,
and he actually is a coffee roaster on the side, so it's true. Thank you, Trustee Molina Mancio. The purpose of this item is a discussion to consider the board's budget priorities for the 25-26 fiscal year. More specifically, this item provides the board with an opportunity to discuss preliminary budget priorities for the 25-26 fiscal year and to solicit comments and feedback from our trustees. Your input will be used to craft the final budget plan that will be presented as an action item for the board's approval at the board meeting in September. Now, our past presentation focused on where we have been and where we are today. We noted the budget gap in 23-24 that we were able to close. There will be a gap in 24-25 that will be closed as well. But the consequences and tools to manage the gap are going to be different for each university. And our job is going to be to support university presidents as they undertake the very difficult work to adjust programming and staffing and priorities to manage this reality while at the same time fostering every opportunity for student success. Now, the focus of this presentation, of course, is planning for the future. The future obviously is not clear or certain, and that is certainly the case as we plan for the 25-26 year. I emphasize a few key uncertainties that do impact our planning, and those things include labor negotiations, state funding levels, possible new initiatives, and imprecise estimates that we have available today. Now, we've done our best to present as much budgetary information as possible given all of those uncertainties. So with that, I'm going to ask that you keep those connections and uncertainties in mind as we move forward with the presentation. On the screen are 4 areas that are going to serve as our outline for this discussion. First, we're going to briefly revisit the budget timeline to orient you as we begin this next budget cycle. Second, we'll go over the potential budget situation for what could be a very challenging 25-26 year. Third, we'll identify budget priorities for the 25-26 budget plan for CSU. And then we'll end with some key considerations. With that, I'm going to ask Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm to walk us through those areas.
Well, thank you again, Steve. So I'll begin with a quick review of the annual budget timeline we saw in the last presentation. So once again, we have the budget timeline on the screen, but this time note our point of time, which is the very beginning. As we begin planning for 25-26, the budget timeline starts in July with CSU milestones in red and the state's process in gray. And as Steve said, today we'll discuss preliminary budget priorities for 25-26, and we look to you for your feedback. Our next topic is to go over the potential budget situation for what could be a very challenging 25-26 and beyond. State leaders included in the Budget Act of 2024 their intent to implement a reduction, deferrals, and one-time payments to the CSU operating budget over the next 3 years. Their intent also includes CSU spending one-time funding, presumably CSU's designated balances and reserves. Most importantly, state leaders expressed their intent to reduce state general fund support for the university by $397 million of ongoing funding in 25-26. That would be about an 8% cut to our state funding. But note that a final decision will not be made until a year from now. So these intentions could change for the better or worse between now and then. And there's more. This is where the state's leaders' intentions get a little complicated. I'll describe the structure, then I'll show you on the screen how their plan would play out. So this structure would be similar to the one proposed by the governor's administration back in January. In the first fiscal year, the CSU would spend its own one-time funding. Then in the following year, the state would reimburse the CSU for that one-time spending, and the state would then provide ongoing funding that it did not provide the CSU in that first year. So here's how it would look if adopted by the state. So in 25-26, the CSU would spend $252 million of one-time funding on new ongoing budget priorities with the hope that the state would reimburse CSU with $252 million, and the state would also would invest $252 million ongoing in the CSU in 26-27. The state presumes the CSU would spend one-time designated balances and reserves. So a way to describe it is they, the state, cannot provide us, the CSU, the fourth year of compact funding as planned in 25-26. Therefore, they, the state, would make it up to us, the CSU, by playing catch-up. It would make us whole in 26-27. So I colored the pieces on this slide in blue so that you can see how the pieces are related in cross-fiscal years. Then the pattern would repeat the next year. So in 26-27, the CSU would spend one-time designated balances and reserves of $264 million on new, again, ongoing budget priorities with the hope that the state would reimburse the CSU $264 million of one-time funding, and the state would invest $264 million of ongoing funding in the CSU, but in 27-28. And those related pieces you see here on the slide in purple. So I have two quick comments just about this part here. First, I use the word would instead of will repeatedly just now to describe the uncertainty of the situation. This structure is the intent or current promise of state leaders. It is not law, and final decisions will be made 1, 2, and 3 years in the future. And second, this structure introduces significant risk to the CSU. If we spend in advance hundreds of millions of dollars and the state does not reimburse us, it would significantly deplete our one-time balances and reserves, and we could be left with new ongoing commitments and no new funding to support them if the state were to not follow through. All right, so I'll share with you now the potential funding options for 25-26. This slide includes the estimated change in ongoing revenue for 25-26. So we include estimates here for the tuition rate increase, which would provide $163 million in additional revenue. Also, as previously mentioned, the compact contains a requirement that the CSU grow resident undergraduate student enrollment by 1%. it is estimated that the CSU would collect $24 million of additional tuition revenue from new students. We estimate all new tuition revenue would be $187 million ongoing for the 25-26 year. And as I mentioned, the State Budget Act includes intent language to reduce the CSU appropriation by an estimated $397 million. So at this very preliminary stage, potential funding options are $210 million less than our $8.5 billion base ongoing funding. If the 25-26 budget plan were to include any potential expenditure increases, this negative revenue situation would have to change. So as Steve mentioned at the outset of these two presentations, the last presentation, agenda item 5, and this presentation, item 6, are interconnected. Before we move forward, this slide serves as a recap of what we have so far covered today. So this slide summarizes the budgeted and forecasted operating fund gaps for 3 years. In the last presentation, we shared with you that the CSU had an estimated $138 million gap that we closed. Also in the last presentation, we shared with you that the CSU has an estimated $218 million budget gap that we must close in 24-25. Now for 25-26, we just walked through how our incremental revenue could decline in 25-26. You can see that on this slide in the blue bars. The potential revenue drop between 24-25 and 25-26 that I just described. Now focusing on the orange expenditure bars, you see no change in expenditures between 24-25 and 25-26. It's just an illustration to show you that if there were no changes in planned expenditures at all, we would have a $428 million budget gap in 25-26. But we know this cannot be the case. We have costs that will increase. So let's move to that discussion part and the potential expenditure priorities. So that's our third topic. So here on this slide are potential expenditure priorities for 25-26. We've included an amount for those that we can reasonably estimate at this time. And as requested in the past, we included in your board materials the ongoing funding already committed to these priorities. Now for the numbers on the screen, these amounts would be new, incremental, and ongoing investments. Please note that these amounts will be adjusted based on the conversation today and data we must still collect and analyze from the 23 universities. Consequently, everything on this slide is subject to change for the September board meeting. Now, we divided the potential expenditure increases into two types of priorities: unavoidable priorities and essential priorities. I will very briefly describe each priority. Beginning with the unavoidable priorities, we have the state university grant. So per the CSU policy, the tuition rate increase will yield $54 million, a $54 million increase in financial aid to students via the SUG program. This represents 1/3 of the revenue from the rate increase. Next, we have costs associated with the January 2025 employer-paid healthcare premium increases. Those are estimated at $54 million, reflecting about a 7% increase in costs. Several required operating cost increases will occur in 25-26. Some estimates that you see here are for the maintenance of newly constructed facilities, insurance premiums, utilities, as well as inflation. Now, if we do not receive additional funding, universities must redirect resources from existing programs, services, and priorities just to meet these cost increases. We estimate that unavoidable priorities here on the screen total $181 million ongoing. Coincidentally, this total closely aligns with the new tuition revenue that would be collected during 25-26 at about $187 million. Now to the essential priorities, starting with enrollment. The compact commitment to grow enrollment by 1% would require approximately $58 million to ensure additional instructional and student services could be provided for those new students at universities with the capacity to grow. Per CSU policy, that enrollment growth would require an $8 million increase to the SUG program. And this represents, again, a third of the tuition revenue from planned enrollment growth. Let's see, we have compensation now. Contingent increases of 5% are in place for 3 bargaining units right now, while all others are open to some degree for 25-26. At this early stage, we include here a placeholder of $290 million for a compensation pool equivalent to 5% for all employee groups. We estimate that for every 1% increase for all employee groups, that would cost $58 million. Then we have system-wide and university Title IX and other compliance work, and we're estimating that to be about $15 million for year 2 of those investments. Also, increasing retention and graduation rates and eliminating equity gaps remain a CSU imperative, as you heard yesterday during DVC Perez's presentation. And it's consequential and an opportune moment to remake, rebrand, and reshape the initiative. Additional resources of, as a placeholder, $20 million would advance this effort through a variety of priorities directly focused on student learning and success. We also have, in the area of basic needs and mental health, the CSU takes a holistic approach to those two things, and both inside and outside the classroom, and we could plan $5 million to sustain and expand the basic needs initiative. Also, we could develop and initiate we could develop an initiative to better connect academic programs to careers. Yesterday, you heard in the Chancellor's report a tentative name of this, known as the Beyond Completion Project, so we could invest some money there. We could also develop an initiative to facilitate artificial intelligence optimization with the CSU and throughout California. And additional ongoing funds would support debt service for needed facility and infrastructure projects, both to modernize and address deficiencies in existing facilities and to increase capacity for student growth in some instances. So for every $25 million, and we have that as a placeholder here, the CSU could finance approximately $300 million worth of projects. Now all of these priorities and amounts preliminarily total $602 million. And these priorities represent a 7% increase on our $8.5 billion base ongoing funding. So again, only a few components have firm estimates. However, based on your feedback today, we will prepare and share for your consideration a balanced budget plan at your September board meeting. Now we're back to this slide I showed you earlier. It's the budgeted and forecasted operating fund gaps. Remember, this slide presumed no change in expenditures between 25-26 and between 24-25 and 25-26. And there was, in this slide here, you can see that there was a resulting preliminary gap of $428 million. However, I just provided to you several slides with many unavoidable and essential expenditure priorities. So on the next slide, you will see how these priorities would affect this situation. The figure now includes a striped bar for 25-26 that represents all of the potential cost increases I just described. If all ongoing unavoidable and essential priorities were included in our 25-26 operating budget plan, the preliminary result would be a budget gap reaching $1 billion. So our fourth topic is to summarize for you some of the key considerations, and Steve will walk you through those.
Thank you, Ryan. So to recap, state leaders have expressed their funding intentions for the next several years, and the message is a mixed one. They intend to reduce the CSU's general fund appropriation in the 25-26 year. They also shared their intent to increase ongoing support for the university in 26-27 and in 27-28. Having this information helps us plan for the years ahead. However, we've seen in the past the state's budget circumstances can very quickly and significantly change. If that were to occur in the future, that could upend a lot of the best made plans that we would make. We anticipate a budget gap for 25-26, and potential revenue sources could be $210 million below our current resource level, and our potential expenditures could be approximately $600 million above our current expenditures, depending on the decisions that Ryan just described. If the budget gap of $218 million, if that gap we estimate is not addressed in 24-25, then that gap would become an ongoing gap. Next slide. As $1 billion, a $1 billion gap is not our destiny. We outlined for you a number of assumptions about additional costs that we would bake into the budget for 25-26, and that would be what it would yield. We do have options. We do have potential solutions, and as a result of, we're going to have difficult tasks, difficult decisions, and reprioritization that will be considered in the coming months for the university and our 23 presidents to consider. Some examples are here. We could close the budget gap with permanent reductions, and we're going to have to do a number of permanent reductions if those assumptions end up playing themselves out. In partnership with state leaders, our state budget advocacy for the coming year could also yield success. We could utilize CSU's one-time funding or a portion of our designated balances and reserves as a bridging strategy. We could also forego many of the investments that were forecasted in our future budget request, and a number of other things that we discussed in the last item. So while the board sets system-wide budget priorities and goals, our presidents will continue their excellent leadership in determining how best to reprioritize and manage their universities within their available resources. Of greatest consideration right now is identifying the priorities and needs of the university at this stage. That has been a very important part of our annual operating budget plan. And in identifying those priorities, it expresses your values and it provides us with the opportunity to craft a revised plan that reflects the values and priorities of the university. And we will share that revised plan for your consideration and approval at the September board meeting. We hope the information that we've just provided is useful as we work together to develop the final operating budget plan for the upcoming 25-26 year. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ryan. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? I see Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Thank you. I won't even try to channel Julia, but noticing her foresight as always, being on vacation. I guess my question, it strikes me because Ryan, you mentioned, many times during your presentation, depending on the conversation and the input we give today. And, it strikes me that it's 12:15 on the second day of our meeting that we're even, that we're having this conversation. And I'm just wondering, how could we be helpful, in terms of how could we best be helpful today? It strikes me as a board, I understand all the ways we could be helpful in terms of both advocacy and trying to enhance the pot of funding that we have to begin with. But clearly, you have digested all of these critical possibilities that we have spent, the last year and months developing among ourselves and with the presidents. And so we're not going to sit up here in 15 minutes, I don't think, and say, well, let's take out student success, that's too expensive. I mean, there's nothing that, I could imagine in 15 minutes we're going to pull out of these excellent set of priorities that we've all developed together. So I'm just wondering, in your conversations, what you would find most helpful from us.
Maybe I can start. First of all, thank you, Trustee Gilbert Lurie, for that excellent question. And you're absolutely right. What we've tried to do in those priorities, Ryan basically put the potential priorities in two buckets. One bucket is the things we just have to pay for, like healthcare increases, right? Utilities going up, that kind of stuff, liability insurance. That stuff we don't have much discretion on. Then there's the discretionary stuff, which is that big long list that when added to the other gets you to that $600 million request. What we've tried to do in putting that list together is listen to the board over all of these meetings over the past year, and our presidents and the chancellor, and try to determine, what are those essential priorities that we think are really important. They're not mandatory. We don't have to necessarily do them, but they're important in moving the university forward. And that's what we put in front of you. This is really a check with you to see, did we get that right? Is there something there that you don't think really is an essential priority, that maybe it's something in these current times we don't necessarily have to pursue? Or conversely, is there something that we completely missed the boat on that's not on that list that we should put in? So that's really kind of why we're here and are hoping to get from this discussion. Thank you.
And just to be clear, I do appreciate that we are having this conversation. I appreciate that we're being brought along in terms of the urgent situation that we're in. I just think we need to be developing strategies to flag the urgency and I'm very eager to get to the efficiencies we can talk about also.
Thank you, Trustee Gilbert-Lori. Let me begin by saying we don't expect you to solve the problem for us. That's our job. And we don't expect you to do a line item analysis. But we do want you to see the situation we're in. And when we don't do something, or we choose to do something, it has implications for others. And so I'm channeling Julia, because I sat in the meeting with her. And she tried to get on Zoom from wherever she is. She did text me this morning, say she couldn't get on. But I think it is really important for you to see, here's what we say is important. Obviously, student success and what is our mission will be top and center. And then we'll see how our presidents are managing that, working alongside all of us, and bringing to you, here's how we're solving this. But I think Vice Chancellor Relier is right. Is there anything you say here, which I don't, that shouldn't be there? But there are priorities, and we know what those priorities are. And what we wanted you to understand is, as Trustee Steinhauser said, this is going to be tough. And I am going to say, I do hope that we do get the money they say they're going to give us back, but we shouldn't count on it. Mm-hmm. So we have to be realistic, and we have to be clear to our legislators how this will affect the very people we are entrusted to serve, which is our students, with our amazing faculty and staff that offers them the academic excellence to be productive citizens in this country. And especially lifting California so that we're not in the situation we're in. So I hope that answers some of the questions.
And always, if we could quantify the money that goes back to the state when our CSU is strong and we graduate more graduates, if we could have those numbers ready to use, that seems to me the best argument we can always make.
Yeah. And and I think that's an excellent idea. And these are the sort of strategies that the chancellors assured me are going to be coming out of the chancellor's office so that we can see and understand them. And again, I think your question is just excellent. It is that difficulty that we have in the narrow path that I talk about of are wanting to understand the philosophies that you're going to use in terms of in solving these problems. And so, again, I appreciate my colleagues so much. Everybody here wants to help. Keep doing what you're doing. Just give us the information so that we can get right behind you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Thank you, Chancellor, for those comments. I do want to reiterate some points. If we can go back to that slide of the state's intentions, please. And just want to reiterate what the Chancellor said, that we can't be too hopeful now, right? Hope is great. It's a human belief, but it's just we can't be too hopeful and expect all of this to become reality. There is an election on 2027 and a new governor 2028. So what's the chances that we will really get all of these funds, right? So we as a board, Chair Clark has articulated this very clearly, is that we provide oversight and we work in conjunction with the Chancellor. And coming September, we will have to provide some oversight and some action, because this will come back in September as an action item. So we as a board do need to provide that oversight, provide those priorities, and not be short-sighted, right? We see that the state is planning ahead of time, which is great, but we as a board need to do the same. And we need to start providing some kind of direction for the future if we can, and not be so hopeful to expect all of this, because I mean, that's why I'm guessing they underlined it. It's intentions. I can intend to do everything in the world, but what will my actions say, right? So I also want to reiterate too that we have some time. We're not completely hopeless, right? We have October to December to plan our advocacy, to really strategize as a board. We saw our advocacy worked. So we have October to December to strategize as a board, come together again, work with Nathan to go up to Sacramento and advocate for that next budget cycle, for January through May. We saw, and I think speaking to Ryan, a lot of the changes that happened were in between April and May, right? I forgot when our trustee advocacy day was. I believe it was in January. It feels like a long time ago now, but we see how it worked. And a lot of the changes that were made that helped us happened between April and May. So I just wanted to provide those comments, and that again, we need to provide some direction come the September board meeting, because that other slide with the $1 billion gap is no joke, right? And it's very daunting. Trustee Arambula.
Just really quickly, Steve and Ryan, the materials you provided in the slide deck today were incredibly clear. Mm-hmm. I have probably read through this update so many times to try and understand it, and seeing the intentions was incredibly clear, and then seeing what this would lead to in terms of an overall gap was incredibly clear. That level of clarity is appreciated. It's seen, it's appreciated, and it's going to help us. It helps us understand the gravity of the situation we're in front of. So thank you for that.
Can I make one last comment? And I appreciate Trustee Arambula and Trustee Molina Mancio, your comments. They're really right on target. One thing to keep in mind kind of historically is that, what we're preparing is basically a budget request that's going to go from the Board of Trustees after its September meeting to the governor and to the state about what our needs are. It does not have to fit within what we think the anticipated current future thinking of those. And if you recall, Governor Newsom, who was then Lieutenant Governor Newsom, when he was at this board, when we had discussions like this, Lieutenant Governor Newsom said to the board, make sure you ask for what you need. Don't necessarily ask for what the state says it has to give you. Ask for what your needs are. And I think that's what we should keep in mind.
Thank you, Steve. With that, any additional comments from the board? Trustee Brower.
One last comment. Talking about advocacy. So, the old adage, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So I think that's who we need to be always. So that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Brower. For the interest of time, Chair Clark, this concludes the business on the Committee of Finance.
Thank you, Trustee Molina Mancio. Thank you for a very, very great job of chairing that conversation. We're running about 20 minutes behind, but what we're going to do next is go into plenary session, and then we have some very important commendations and other presentations to make. So we're going to take a 10-minute break so that people can be comfortable and refreshed, but no more than 10 minutes.
I'm glad I won. There won't be a line.
Well, I figured you weren't the only one.
More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science.
Okay, that's our 10-minute break. At this time, will the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University please come to order? Ms. Coral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Still here.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci. Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Here.
Trustee Guajardo.
Here.
Trustee Kimbell.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez. Trustee McGrory. Trustee Molina Mancillo. Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz-Morfit.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Speaker Rivas. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas. Trustee Umelikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we consider items on the consent agenda, at this time, I would like to continue the tradition of inviting our newest trustees to share a few words with us. It's always enriching for us to hear firsthand about the experiences and passions that have brought you to the CSU. We look forward to hearing from Stan Nejabat at our September meeting, but now Trustee Guajardo, if you would please share a few brief introductory remarks.
Of course, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jasmine Guajardo. I am a first-generation Latina student pursuing my Bachelor of Science in Nursing at CSU Channel Islands with aspirations to enter the field of mental health and psychiatry. I am the daughter of a single mother of 4. I have 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister. Through my parents' and sisters' hard work and sacrifices, I was encouraged to prioritize my education throughout my childhood. And I was raised in low-income housing in Oxnard during my childhood and raised in Santa Paula. And once we moved to Santa Paula, my mother still wanted me to attend school in Oxnard, which is about 2 towns away. So transportation to and from school has always been a challenge to my family for as long as I can remember. However, my family ensured that it didn't matter how long it took or how early we had to wake up or how we would pay for gas. What we did know is that we were getting to school, and I knew I had to make the most out of my experience. This was especially true during my senior year of high school, as I completed 3 certification programs simultaneously for medical assisting, certified nursing assisting, and emergency first response. This is significant to me because I come from a low-income background. My family prioritized working in retail, fast food industries to make ends meet, and through my family's hard work and the dynamic of our relationships, we didn't have the opportunity to speak to one another about our futures, which made the idea of college feel foreign to me. And I faced uncertainties, such as if I was worthy of pursuing higher education because I didn't have many examples or guidance at home. And so I faced and currently still face transportation issues And during my sophomore year, I was faced with a difficult decision to relocate from my family's home to pursue my education. I had to use rideshare apps or carpool with my friends to attend college courses and nursing clinicals. And as you can imagine, rideshare apps are costly, and I had to work 3 jobs as a full-time student to support myself and my family when I was able to. And so one question I get asked every day is, why nursing? This is one of my favorite questions because medical professionals and music professionals have helped shape my inspiration to pursue nursing for 3 reasons. One reason is when I was younger, my family and I attended a free health clinic in Oxnard where one of my family members received their first pair of eyeglasses. And eventually, as a student medical assistant, I was able to complete my clinical hours with 2 free health clinics in Oxnard and trained interns with the health clinic. I return to this memory frequently as it is my motivation for continuing my degree. No matter how hard courses get or clinicals get, I know that my service is needed in our communities. And my second reason is my mother. She was a medical assistant when I was very young, and her textbook and stethoscope were around the house. And I felt that I would gravitate towards that textbook because it was bigger than a dictionary. It was very huge, and funny enough, my mother took the course again a couple years ago, and it was one of those moments where the student becomes the teacher, and I let her borrow my textbook for my medical assisting course. And my mother continues to inspire me because I also helped her with Google Docs, her homework, Canvas, and so this helps me know that education and learning are lifelong. And my third reason happened in high school during my mariachi class. And as a side note, I took mariachi for 4 years and 3 summers. And my instructors shared a quote with me to find a job that you can do for the rest of your life for free. And when I reflect on that quote, the answer is always nursing. And even though I had those 3 inspirations, I still did not feel that I was meant for higher education or for university. And I simply wanted to complete my degree as fast as I could and did not want to get involved on campus. And so I was barely able to apply to the CSU because of my GPA. However, I received my admission into the Educational Opportunity Program, a program that serves low-income and first-generation students by providing them a summer bridge program, grants, counselors, and an incomparable support system and community. With this admission for the first time in my educational journey, I felt hopeful. And I am currently employed as a peer mentor with EOP during their Summer Success Academy to provide incoming freshmen with support and guidance as they transition into their first year of college. This is my 3rd year serving as a peer mentor with EOP, and I'm the type of mentor that will give my number to anyone, and I will answer the phone at 3 or 4 in the morning. And I do it because I love meeting with students. I love hearing their stories, and I love helping students establish their sense of belonging so that they can call their campus and the CSU their second or first home. Through the incredible support system that I received from EOP, I was able to get more involved on my campus by establishing our campus's League of United Latin American Citizens CSUCI chapter. And that same student who didn't want to get involved on campus ended up serving 15 leadership positions, working 6 on-campus jobs, and becoming the first CSU student trustee from CSU Channel Islands. Awesome. And then without our students, their stories, and their lived experiences, I would not have applied as a student trustee. For example, during 2021, I had the opportunity to meet an amazing student named Maria. At the time I met Maria, I was 18 years old and knew very little about leadership or advocacy. And she was a student parent pursuing her degree at CSU Channel Islands and was impacted by a scholarship barrier that required her to enroll in 15 units to be considered for scholarships on our campus. When I found Maria, I felt compelled to share her story as much as I could within my role in student government and to our campus president at the time. I knew this 15 requirement did not apply to me. I was not a student parent, and I was not experiencing the same circumstances as Maria. However, I did know that if I did not share her story, use the resources that I had, that many more students would be impacted, and that it was and still is my responsibility to selflessly serve. And I share this with you because Maria helped shape the way I approach leadership and advocacy to this day. By realizing the importance of engaging with constituents and the need to understand and share their stories and not just listen to their stories. Through this role, I'm going to ensure the work that I do is forward-focused and transformative. I am extremely grateful to those that have supported me to stand or sit before you today, and from my family, which includes my immediate family, my partner and his family, the EOP staff at CSUCI, the students across the CSU, CSSA, and additionally, I want to thank the staff, faculty, and the governor's office for their confidence in my ability to serve the CSU students and its diverse students, staff, and faculty. Just I have found my sense of belonging within the CSU. I want to extend the sense of belonging to all our students so that they can exceed their own expectations and experience the transformative power of a degree, not only for themselves, but for their families and their communities. And I want to close my remarks by sharing that even though our terms will eventually end, the decisions and impact that we make will last longer than we will. And through the welcoming environment I have received from the board and our presidents, I have faith in that we will continue to uphold the mission of the CSU by serving as the most diverse, largest, and most impactful public university system in the nation. Thank you, and I look forward to the next 2 years as your student trustee.
My colleague, it's a pleasure having you on this board. Now moving on to the consent agenda. As noted earlier this morning in the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel, item 3, executive compensation, interim president, California State Polytechnic University Humboldt was removed from the committee agenda and is therefore removed from the consent, from the consent agenda. All other items requiring full board approval, except for item 3 from the UFP committee, are listed on the consent agenda. Does any trustee wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? I don't see anybody. May I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
And thirded and fourth. I have a motion and a second. Ms. Corral, please take a roll call vote.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Yes.
Trustee Guajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes.
Trustee Ortiz Morfit.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Malakar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to conferrals. Chancellor, would you please come with me to the podium? With the business of the day almost complete, it's now time to join in honoring and celebrating dedicated service of 4 extraordinary colleagues who are moving on to new chapters in their lives. Chancellor Garcia, you're here with me, and I will at this point introduce each conferral, invite Chancellor Garcia to say a few words, call a motion for approval, and then invite our honorees to provide brief remarks. The first is the conferral of commendation on Dr. Sue E. Borrego. President Borrego is a tireless advocate for student success over the course of your 30-year career. You have demonstrated a lifelong commitment to empowering students and amplifying their voices. You have elevated countless lives through your service on 3 Cal State campuses, and we're indebted to you for stepping up to lead Stanislaus State through this time of transition. Chancellor Garcia, would you like to say a few words? I got it.
Thank you, Chair Clark. When Dr. Susan Borrego, Sue, began her tenure as interim president at Stanislaus State in March 2023, she brought with her a well-earned reputation for empowering students to fulfill their potential, for community engagement, and for inspiring faculty and staff to break down silos and collaborate across departments and divisions to achieve institutional goals. She brought all of those considerable talents to bear during her time at Stan State. Under her leadership and through the university's collective strategic initiatives, the institution's enrollment decline was reduced from 8.7% to 4.3%. Philanthropic activity surged, and the university began construction on a new academic building on the Stockton campus. Dr. Borrego also enthusiastically contributed to addressing system-wide issues as an active and valued member of the CSU executive leadership team, for which I am grateful. Dr. Borrego, thank you. Thank you not only for your outstanding leadership of Stan State during a critically important time in the university's history, but also for your years of distinguished service at both CSU Dominguez Hills, where I had the good fortune to have you as a colleague for several years, and at Cal State Monterey Bay. The CSU has benefited greatly from your service, and I wish you the very best in all that's next in your journey. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. The conferral of commendation on Dr. Susan E. Borrego is an action item before the board. May I have a motion? So moved. May I have a second? I got a second. Any discussion? I thought not. I have a motion and a second. It's okay to do this with a voice. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear any opposition, and there are no abstentions. It is unanimously approved. I would like to invite Dr. Borrego to the podium to accept her commendation and honor us with a few remarks. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll hold this for you.
All right, thanks. Thank you. It's quite an honor, and it's really, I'm really proud to stand here among you. If you want to be a part of changing the world, the CSU is the place to do it. It's one of the best places to be. We know that that talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. My time at both Dominguez Hills and Monterey Bay, in addition to Stan State, all provided remarkable opportunities for me to see firsthand the kind of differences we make in a community, the kind of opportunities we provide for people who don't always get them. I've been on younger campuses, so the stories aren't always as coherent. Dr. Garcia mentioned when we got to Dominguez Hills, we saw all kinds of things and heard all kinds of things. And today, if you look at who Dominguez is, what they're doing, the powerful contribution they're making, it's remarkable. The same thing was true at Monterey Bay. Those were newer places with less coherence. The places hadn't leaned fully in, which is probably the task of the CSU with this chancellor, is the idea of leaning fully in to being the most consequential system in the country. And I know with you all as the stewards, both the Board of Trustees as stewards and my presidential colleagues, there are some tough times ahead. But my colleagues in this room are among the finest in the country with the most powerful commitments to the work we do. Nobody's in the CSU because it's like the thing to do, right? We're in the CSU because we understand that we roll up our sleeves, we serve students, we fight to our last moment for the opportunities for all of those around us. Many of us are first-gen students. Many of us came from places that we needed the opportunities. So I know in this next tough time, you have the right team to be able to address that. You, my colleagues, are the stewards of this place, the most important system in the country, and I am very proud to have served with you. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you, and thank you for those wonderful words. Our next action item is the conferral of commendation on Dr. Sylvia A. Alva. With nearly 40 years of devotion to CSU, Dr. Alva will be remembered as a student-centered, bold, kind, and transparent leader, and president who is focused on providing high-quality educational experience for California's diverse student body. Chancellor Garcia, would you please say a few more words?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Dr. Sylvia Alva is truly made in the CSU. Starting as a first-generation undergraduate student at Cal State LA, where she earned the first of what would be several degrees in psychology, and then professionally first as an assistant professor at Cal State Fullerton before rising to leadership roles of increasing responsibility at CSUN, Cal Poly Pomona, and at the Chancellor's Office as Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, all before returning to Fullerton as interim president in April of last year. Few CSU leaders have a more profound understanding of our remarkable students or a deeper commitment to their success. She is especially fierce advocate for first-generation students, students of color, and low-income students, providing them with resources and support to help them build a sense of belonging. As interim president, she has provided Cal State Fullerton with visionary and principled leadership marked by community engagement, student achievement, and the launch of university's 5-year strategic plan. I offer Dr. Alva my heartfelt gratitude for her excellent service at Cal State Fullerton. Oh, she is on vacation. And she is in Mexico. So I'm happy to report she is having a wonderful time. And she misses us dearly. And she writes, "Dear colleagues and friends, I regret that I'm not able to be with you today. I am on vacation in Mexico City. Thank you for the recognition." I'm getting emotional. "Thank you for the recognition and commendation you have bestowed on me today. For the last 35 years, it's been such an honor to serve as educator and leader in the CSU. I had the enormous honor and privilege as serving as the interim president of Cal State Fullerton, where I spent the first 20 years of my career. The two ends of my professional career were reconnected in what can be described as a homecoming or full circle moment. Each day presented new challenges to overcome and new heights to reach, all in the pursuit of creating rich learning environments for students to achieve excellence and to ensure that the CSU remains at the forefront of educational opportunity and excellence. I want to highlight that both the trajectory of my career, both as a CSU student and leader, were enriched beyond measure by countless faculty, staff, mentors, and colleagues who believed in me and gave me the support and motivation to envision and create places where excellence, equity, and opportunity were our guiding constellation. Student success was always our North Star. Thank you for encouraging and giving me the opportunity to be a champion of educational opportunity and excellence for new generations of talented and deserving students. In a few words, I will try to sum up what this incredible journey has meant to me. The CSU gave me an unparalleled opportunity to elevate countless lives, empower the leaders of tomorrow, and shape the future of extraordinary universities. For that, I will be forever grateful. I look forward to our paths crossing again soon. And that's her letter, and I finish it with saying, Dr. Alva, I know everyone in the room looks forward to that as well. Chair Clark, I turn it back to you. I'm as bad as you are.
I feel bad for people who are stoic in this system. The conferral of commendation on Sylvia A. Alva is an action item before the board. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? There's a
Second.
motion and a second. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? It passes unanimously. Congratulations, Dr. Alva. Well done. Beautiful. Our next action item is the conferral of the title of Trustee Emerita on Latifah Simon. She could not join us in person here today, but she's here remotely by Zoom. Trustee Simon, in a career of almost 3 decades, you've consistently fought for civil rights and racial justice for those who've been underrepresented, underserved, and under-resourced. As a trustee, you have fought just as passionately to provide a voice for underrepresented students. We will deeply miss your invaluable contributions to our board, our students, and our institution, but we wish you all the best in your continued advocacy, which may soon ascend to a national platform. Chancellor, would you please say a few words?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Since her appointment to this board 8 years ago, Trustee Simon has been a tireless champion of so many of the core values of the CSU and what CSU holds dear: authentic access and affordability, inclusive excellence, educational equity in all its dimensions, and supporting the whole student. She has consistently served with a keen intellect, unassailable integrity, boldness, compassion, and humor. Of course, those in the Greater Bay Area are well aware of these values and personal qualities, which have characterized Trustee Simon's long and impactful career as a nationally recognized advocate for civil rights and social justice. I am thrilled that these extraordinary values and qualities may soon grace the U.S. Capitol. Trustee Simon, thank you. Thank you for all you have done for this board, for the CSU, and the students we are so privileged to serve. You leave the CSU a stronger and more vital institution because of your contributions and your service. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Chancellor. The conferral of the title of Trustee Emerita on Latifah Simon is an action item before the board. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
I heard motions, seconds, thirds, and there's a fourth. We've almost got unanimous already. I will go through this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. There's no opposition, there are no abstentions, and thank you for that. I hereby, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Trustee Simon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I say a couple of words, Chair?
I'm going to ask you to do that right here and now, please.
Well, it's so exciting to see you in the chair seat. There's so many thoughts, but I'll keep it very brief. You know, as I reflect on my 8 years as a trustee with the CSU, the most amazing public institution of higher learning in the country, I'm filled with so much gratitude and so much pride. But please know, as I step down from this position and move closer to winning a seat in the 119th Congress, my heart and my soul will be focused on championing the lived experiences, the hopes, the dreams of the good people of the great state of California. And I gotta say, it is the young people, it is our workers, it is our professors, it's our staffers and members of this board that have taught me so much about the power of creating and implementing opportunities for students who deserve everything. First and foremost, I want to say that I want to extend my deep thanks to the trustees, both past and present, you know, our excellent chair, our new chair, and past chairs, you know, Wenda and Lillian, you all have taught me so much around grace in very tough times. Your leadership and vision, they've been instrumental in guiding this institution through some very tough times. And I know that those tough times, there are many more ahead. But your belief in students, the belief in families and in the state have been so awe-inspiring. To our excellent and wonderful Chancellor, I gotta say, I look up to you so much in our short time together. Your commitment to excellence, your tireless efforts, that toughness that you possess, that grace and that commitment to instilling the passion of everyone who is accustomed to working with our institution, the pride that you have. I am so thankful. Most importantly, the CSU students, our amazing faculty who work harder, who deserve so much more. We are fighting and we will continue to fight to get what you deserve. Our food service workers, our janitors, the folks who make the CSU bright and beautiful, our professors, again, from their service workers to the folks who are opening up the doors every day, to members, that are rarely seen and heard of our staff in the Chancellor's office. Michelle Kiss deserves a parade. That said, as a former teen mom, I know firsthand the transformative power of education. Every single student who leaves the California State University with a conferred degree, they have keys to access that they did not have before that journey, and no one could take those away. Raising my daughter in low-income housing, who's now an accomplished attorney, I know the power of the network, of the excellence that the California university system provides. It is through that support and those opportunities provided by our educational system that thousands, millions of students in the future will break the long cycles of poverty and of injustice. Serving on the CSU board has been one of the greatest honors of my life. And as I step down, again, please know what I've learned here, I will take to every single position, particularly the one that I'm working so hard to obtain to represent our good people in the halls of Congress. Thank you all so much for this incredible honor. And again, trustee for life, really, that's what trustee emerita means to me, that I will continue fighting for us all. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see us, we're all standing. Thank you, Trustee Simon. And we wish you much success in your future endeavors, and we know you're going to continue to champion the CSU.
Thank you, sir.
Our final action item is the conferral of the title of Vice Chancellor Emerita on Leora D. Freeman. Vice Chancellor Freeman, with unwavering focus, you worked diligently to restore the trust of the CSU's extended community during an extraordinarily difficult time and under considerable pressure. Through your skillful leadership, you have helped us strengthen the CSU's policies and practices and press for positive change across our 23 universities. Once again, Chancellor Garcia.
Leora, your tenure as Vice Chancellor for Human Resources was relatively short, but boy, was it impactful, and it will span decades. You boldly stepped up to serve in this role during an exceedingly turbulent time for the CSU, a public reckoning, and you delivered. We have been called to rebuild trust with our constituents and stakeholders. As you heard me mention yesterday, it remains a top, critically important priority. We have pledged to answer this call with transparency and accountability, and we have vowed to turn our weaknesses into strengths. Because of your leadership as we bolster our Title IX and other anti-discrimination, harassment, and retaliation programming across the system, we are well on our way. As part of your outstanding leadership, you have led the creation of the Office of Civil Rights to transform our institution's systems of care and compliance. You ably guided the board in its reform and revision of problematic employment policies, including those regarding the provisions of retreat rights, executive transition programs, and letters of recommendation. You were instrumental in facilitating agreements with the CSU labor partners, and you have provided wise counsel on a multitude of system-wide issues as a valued member of the Chancellor's Council. That's an extraordinarily oversized impact for a tenure that began 18 months ago, and for it, I offer my sincere gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the Chancellor, but as behalf of the entire CSU and this board, as well as my best wishes for your life's next chapter. Chair Clark.
My colleagues, the conferral of the title of Vice Chancellor Emerita on Leora D. Freeman is an action item before the board. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
And I have a second. Got a second. Any discussion? I thought not. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. There's no opposition.
Aye.
There are no abstentions. Congratulations, Leora Freeman. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. The board has actually heard more than enough from me over the past 2 years. It's been 2 years, not 18 months. And we're running very late today, so I will be brief. But please know that the brevity of my remarks in no way represents the extent of my emotions today. Horace Mann, a champion of publicly funded education, said more than 150 years ago that education is the great equalizer. For more than 11 years, I've had the honor and privilege of serving the CSU, the greatest of all equalizers. I love the mission and the vision of the CSU, but equally important to me is how much I respect and admire my colleagues. We've accomplished so much together. We truly are greater than the sum of our parts. It's been a great adventure, and I will miss you all. Thank you.
So well done. Yeah, come in the middle. Take care. Absolutely. I thought we weren't supposed to. Anyway, you're getting conflicting information.
I know,
anyway.
but that's what makes it interesting.
Okay. All right. So I think I can do this from here. So what a perfect way to end our board meeting. And I will notice I got through my first meeting as chair. It was a wonderful high note. I can't help but feel optimistic about the future. And I want everyone across the system, I want to thank you for your hard work and dedication to the CSU. Thank you for continuing to devote your hearts, minds, and talents to this exceptional institution. And this concludes the business of the July 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. The board will reconvene for its next regularly scheduled meeting on September the 22nd through the 25th of this year. Please note it is a 4-day meeting. I am sorry. Notice of the meeting will go out in the ordinary course 10 days in advance. And with that, we are adjourned.
To the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish.